A gente não consegue acelerar o tempo, mas podemos acelerar ainda mais as nossas ações, usando o tempo que nós temos hoje para transformar o futuro. Por isso, a Braskem, alinhada com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU para 2030, assumiu novos compromissos com as pessoas e com o planeta. Trabalhando em 7 dimensões diferentes, temos muitas metas para os próximos anos. Entre elas, a eliminação de resíduos plásticos, a ampliação do portfólio I'm Green, nosso plástico feito de material renovável e reciclado, a promoção da diversidade, equidade e inclusão e a neutralização das nossas emissões de gás carbônico até 2050 para combatermos as mudanças climáticas. Vamos transformar o mundo em um lugar mais sustentável para todos, deste tempo e dos próximos. Braskem, um futuro mais sustentável hoje.
Bom dia a todos, sejam bem-vindos à Sala Israel Sverner para a programação do 4º Congresso Brasileiro do Plástico. Temos algumas orientações importantes para passar no início da nossa programação.
Very important information to give you in the beginning of our event. You have several functions on your monitor. You can notice that you have a space for chats where you can interact with the speakers and with the organization. In order to ask questions, you can use the specific field for questions, which is located at the bottom of the transmission screen. The questions will be responded live according to the flow. You can also use the emoticons in the bottom of the screen to demonstrate your emotions according to each of the topics that we talk about. Simultaneous translation is available At the top part of the screen, you have two channels, English and Portuguese. The materials in English are available on the website cbplastico.com.br, where you can find the slides and the guide with several bits of important information. The slides in Portuguese will be made available on the site cbplastico.com.br at the end of the fourth Congress. We can also observe that we have 4 access doors: welcome, exhibit, the room Sala Giekierski and Israel Werner. In the exhibit room, you'll be able to access the information stands of our fourth CBP and the Braskem stands Fitesa, Valfiume, unions, and the Sustenplas institution. Visit the information stand where you will find available the program or the agenda for the 2 rooms and the recognition awards guidelines. We also invite you to interact with Instagram and Twitter with the hashtag CBPlastico. The images will be shown in the System Plus stand. Remember that your Instagram account cannot be on private. During all of our event, other information will be sent through the chat. The certificate of your participation in this fourth Congress will be given to those that have at least 70% participation during the lectures. So you are very welcome, and we're now going to begin our presentations in Israel's Werner room with the talk recycled flexible packaging and high performance in circular economy with Moises Verba. He's the CEO. So welcome and enjoy. Good morning. It's a huge pleasure, Luis, everyone who is watching and listening, to talk about something that we're passionate about, which is the purpose of our life, recycling. This is something that makes us passionate because besides the benefits for the economy, it also brings benefits for society and for the environment. So we'll be talking about what we live through every day, which is to recycle. And now, in a context that is much wider, which is the circular economy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this work that we've been carrying out. We've done this for over 20 years, and this has brought us numerous lessons, knowledge. So who is Plastiveber? It's a Brazilian company, and the purpose is to generate circular economy for plastics. We are in the town of Feliz in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, near the urban area. We've been working ever since 97, and we evolved to recycle plastics. This was a very important change for the company because we started at the end, the transformation. However, we saw an opportunity, a need in recycling plastics. And since we had good knowledge in the area of transformation, the area of manufacturing and packaging, this was extremely important to be able to become vertical and go beyond the chain and then produce our own recycling resin. So I say to you, today our public it's a huge satisfaction to be able to talk to the society in general, engineers, people engaged in the environment. Flexible packaging, which today is our main product. What is this? These are those that normally used to transport products from the industry to retail, and sometimes the other way around, from retail to our home. These flexible packaging, normally it's called film plastic. They call it soft plastic. It's this type of product that we recycle here. And this material is very important because it's light, you're able to protect, and you're also able to mold this to the product, and it will reach our house in a protected way.
Pois bem, pessoal, o plástico.
So, plastic, therefore, is material that is very important for our society. It's very valuable and important, and its permanence in the circular economy is what makes it possible for it to continue to be a very important solution. However, this is not possible without the circular economy. We who are here, we will observe an important transition in the economical productive mode of society. 200 years ago, there was a huge revolution. We weren't alive at that time, but in 78 or up to 1820, we had us. In the 70s to the 1820, there was the Industrial Revolution. What did that bring us? In a planet that had less than 1 billion inhabitants, there was a jump in the quality of life of people. This allowed us to have consumer goods with quality and in sufficient quantity, so that in less than 200 years, humanity went from less than 1 million inhabitants to 8 million inhabitants. See how interesting this is. A humanity that already had a history of 10,000 years very quickly was able to drastically increase and improve considerably its quality of life. However, this model was not sustainable. It was based in a logic of extraction of non-renewable goods, transformation, and manufacturing with the residues being left in the environment. This was important, but we needed a solution that we would continue growing and improving our quality of life. So what happens? The circular economy concept appears. This is very fundamented on pillars that allow us to make this scaling of population and consumption becomes sustainable. I'm going to show you a video, and I'm going to show you how this process occurs, this flow of reverse logistics. And afterwards, we'll talk a bit more about circular economy so you can understand how this change will occur, because we are living this change. We'll be able to tell our children and our grandkids that we were in the midst of this transition. When they had the industrial revolution, they didn't even know what they were going through. There was no name for this, but now we know the name of the change, and we know that recycling is one of the important things so that circular economy can become a reality. Now watch my video and you'll understand a bit better how this reverse logistic flow takes place. Recycling process.
Outro vídeo não tem falas.
Formation of the pellet, quality control, the production of new films, lab tests, packaging at the client, retail supply, residential collection. Well, folks, here you had a quick idea of the flow and the life cycle of a plastic packaging. It's quite wonderful. Those that live through the day-to-day realize the potential it has in the circular economy, the capacity of retaining intrinsic value of that material that initially was used, let's say, in fuel, bioplastic made of sugarcane, and where you use energy and resources, and it goes as virgin packaging to the market, then it comes back into the recycling. And this circle can be repeated numerous times. So look how cool, my friends. When you throw this out, we start with the first point, the first idea. When you throw it out accordingly, this continues with the flow for correct collection. This would be ideal that all the municipalities of Brazil have. Unfortunately, only 18% have it, and the public power only does something if there's public pressure. If today we have a commotion about plastic, this is folked in this pressure point. So we have to have collect this type of collection in all municipalities, doing it correctly at home and having the correct collection. That is perfect. Then we have this classification, which is done with care. Look at the human factor, which is a differential, which is generates a lot of jobs. So it's a sequence of correct actions that need awareness of everyone involved. Action, we have to do this correctly at home. We have to be citizens, and we have to cooperate with all these companies and with the cooperatives that carry out this work. After we do this, we go into the mechanical part of the recycling, which is exactly what our colleagues from the Congress asked us for. So tell us a bit how this recycling is doing. People have no idea how this is done. So you're going to understand a bit how this process works. And I'm going to tell you something. It's quite simple. We have an industrial plant here, 14,000 square meters, where more or less 240 workers or people work. We get this pre-classified plastic. We have specific machinery, and then we go to a milling process. So, for example, a package, a film, it is milled in a very sort of fine grain, and it's turned into another sort of, it goes in, then it goes into a sort of a washing process. It's not that different from what we do at home, but it's automated. It uses water. We have different temperatures, etc., to remove all the impurities of the plastic. After it's cleaned, it goes through a drying process. It's not that different, again, from our homes. So we go through this drying process so that there's no humidity. We use heat, we use friction so that it's able to have low humidity. After that, we have the next step in the process, which is the recovery. What is recovery? Recovery is that we have an equipment. You can see that on the screen. These are European. We call these recovery extruders. These are very modern machines. They're very expensive, and they melt the plastic in different zones of heating, going over 280 degrees often, and it becomes liquid. Once it's in a liquid state, it goes through a filtering system. We have different screens or meshes, so any impurity stays there. After it's filtered, it's transformed through a granulating process in tiny pellets. And these pellets remind us of peas, if you like. If you want to have an idea of the format, you can see these tiny little peas, which this is the plastic resin, which is recycled from this packaging post-consumption. Why do I highlight this? The big challenge of recycling are the post-consumer packagings, because we have the post-industrial as well. The post-industrial is a residue that is normally cleaner, less mixed up, so it no longer represents a challenge. The big challenge in Brazil is the recycling of the products that have already ended their cycle, the first cycle of consumption and disposal. And look at this, the PET, the rigid, the pots. These are materials that are used a lot in Brazil. Because of their characteristics, they're very easy in their recycling process. But flexible plastic is much more of a challenge. But it can be recycled for sure. And I'm going to talk about the huge steps that we gave in this process. After the pellet, it goes to another process. It's an extrusion process. It's this sort of balloon that you can see here, where it's again submitted to high temperatures. It goes through a matrix, and with the air, it forms this balloon that you can see. After this balloon is formed, it then is squashed and it turns into a spool. Please observe these spools. This is already a ready product from our company. These films, which are wound up on these spools, are used in the industry to package several types of products. The name of this product is, it's a flexible film, stretch film. Different names are given to this product. And the next product that the majority of you probably know and probably like is this type of plastic. So you can get these spools from the previous slide and you can pass it through a lamination process, and then you'll be able to form this bubble wrap. And at the bottom part, you can laminate another spool of the same bubble wrap. It seems very simple, but it's a very interesting process. And we are the largest manufacturers of bubble wrap in Brazil. So it is 100% recycled. I didn't say recyclable. I said recycled in the past. So the process was done and this product was produced. This is rather marvelous. We can consume this using this type of solution. But all of this would not be possible if we didn't have quality control, rigorous quality control of all the steps of the process, ever since the qualification of the supplier, who's an outsider, the receiving of the raw material, the classification, the mechanical recycling, and the qualification of the resin that results, and then the whole production process of the packaging. So the quality in this market is a process, is an ascending process. It's an informal market that's qualifying itself more and more, and it will be very important. And we're going to talk a bit more about this.
How do we ensure quality? In Brazil today, we have a seal called Senaplas. It's a certification that was created by our entity, Amiplas, and it classifies companies according to basic criteria, which are environmental licensing, quality control. So the minimum that any company needs to be a good recycler. So we now have this classification, and it was one of the first companies to have it. But it's not enough to only have quality. Today, ESG is something that everyone talks about. ESG stands for Environment, Social, and Governance. And why is it so important? Companies today need to know who they are buying from. So, for example, Smeta Sedex is now required by over 52 brands around the world. So in order to have the safety, companies need to be approved. And we were able to do it as a competitive edge. So we are the only recycler in Brazil to have a Smeta Sedex approval so that we can service companies like Coca-Cola and Unilever, who already have very relevant projects with us. So our company is engaged in reaching these goals. They have to find that by 2025, they will use 30% recycled packaging materials. And by 2040, it will be 100%. These companies, when they say that they are going to reach this goal, they really do. It's a bit different from how we work here in Brazil. Now, another very important certification is the European Certification of Plastic Recyclers. This is the most important certification for recyclers in the world. And it has two very important criteria in recycling, which are, first, quality assurance on the long term. So you cannot have a packaging that will work for 6 months, but it needs to have quality on the long term. And this is one of the big challenges in recycling. And another very important point is that it guarantees product traceability for post-recycled material. So that in this wave of recycling, no companies will use a resin that is not recyclable after consumption. So they have a process to make sure that this is not simply greenwashing. So we are proud to be the first company in the Americas to have the EU-Cert Plast certification. We're very proud of it because it required a lot of work. It was a big effort. And now we are collecting the fruits from this effort. That's great. But where does this go? What do we do with all of this material? So let's talk a bit about the practical use of these packaging materials. One industry that uses plastic packaging for is the furniture industry. So here we use shrinkable plastic wrap in packaging furniture. Another industry that makes us very proud is the food and beverage industry. 18 years ago, we broke an important paradigm. The food industry did not use recycled plastics as a secondary packaging material. There were a couple of dogmas in this area. First, they believed it didn't work, and second, they believed it was not allowed. But this was a mistake. There were companies that were able to provide quality materials for this market, and through a partnership, we were able to debunk this myth in the food industry and show that a secondary packaging can use recycled material. So this was a paradigm that we broke 18 years ago in the dairy industry. Here we see an example, and then this was taken to other areas with shrinkable plastic for flours and powders, where we have many clients who have used this package for many years without ever having a problem, and who are extremely pleased with these results. So again, this is not just an empty speech. This is all done in practice. We just need to expand this process. Another industry that uses it successfully is as a packaging for automatic packaging. So for example, for hygiene products or powder detergent, and even pet foods for cats and dogs. So we are one of the companies in the world who produce film for automatic packaging, and it performs perfectly. And it uses up to 100% recycled materials. Again, it is possible. We just need to encourage this chain, and we'll tell you about how we do it. Another area that uses recycled materials is the footwear and clothing industry. This is great. The footwear industry has taken a huge step forward. They're now using cardboard boxes wrapped in plastic. And this reduces their need for delivery logistics by 15%. Imagine 15% fewer trucks to deliver all shoes. This is an enormous gain. And they also drastically cut the need for packaging stock. They also reduced packaging costs and the environmental impact that it has. So to give you an idea, if you need to recycle 1 kilogram of plastic, you need 90% less water and 85% less energy than to recycle a cardboard box. And they no longer have problems with theft because you can't open this package and then close it back again. And it provides more value so that it can be reused in our economy. We also do this in laundries. An example is here on the right, where they're also adding an automated packaging step with plastic, a great project as well. Finally, in terms of products, we have recycled resins, and we have low-density polyethylene and linear low-density polyethylene. So we use resin, and we understand how we can use it so that it can supply grain owners with their needs. So this is a great project. We are focusing on these companies that need technical solutions so that they can service their own clients. So today, we are recognized as one of the best in the market in post-consumption recycled resins. Now let's talk about the environmental impacts of all this work. This is fantastic. For each ton of recycled plastic, we have a reduction of 1,000 liters of oil consumption. We also reduced 3,000 kilowatt hours of electricity consumption and 2,000 kilograms of greenhouse gases, and also a reduction of over 7,000 liters of water in the total process. This is the power of recycling. Plastic in itself is sustainable because it has a very low carbon footprint, and it becomes even more sustainable when it's recycled. The only problem that plastics cause is when they are not recycled. So this is a fantastic material with great potential in a circular economy. In order to be recycled, it has all of these properties and a great amount of added value. So we are very happy today because besides the environmental gains, recycling is also creating social consequences, which are very positive. To give you an idea, as our source, we have cooperatives, and cooperatives work in relatively poor conditions. They are underpaid, they don't have much infrastructure, and when we're trying to create a circular economy, we start interacting with co-ops, and this has allowed us to understand where they're coming from and also upgrade their process, as well as paying them more. This has generated gains. So these families, these co-ops always have between 20 and 30 people, and we can increase their income by 20, 30 to 50%. And this means more food on their table, better education for them. So besides doing good for the environment, I also see that this has a great potential in the social sphere. The social economy generates many jobs. brings humanity back into the productive process, and it generates social inclusion. Besides the cooperative, we also work on social and environmental projects, such as the Sustainable School, where we teach children to sort their waste, take it to school, and at school, we can pay them for the material they bring. This is a source of income for schools to invest in basic needs. And finally, we also create environmental awareness in a generation that learns something and never changes, and also teaches their parents. So education is even multiplied. This is simply fantastic. So plastics are a currency. People will soon understand that we were sending to landfills our own money. And what is sadder than that is that we were paying to bury it in a landfill. As you know, landfills come at a cost. So we are able to maintain plastics in the economy, and we are definitely doing good for the environment, for society, and for the government, which no longer will have this expense. Quite contrary, this is put back into the economy and generates taxes again. So circular economy only needs some basic pillars to be put into place so that it can be made practical. For example, reverse logistics. We need to have a good design for recycling. Products need to be recyclable, and we need fair taxation. Unfortunately, this is something that we do not have yet. When we start learning about the circular economy in the Exchange for Change hub, well, we had a brilliant professor who was Beatriz Luz. And we learned that the circular economy cannot appear by itself. It needs to be built with all the links in the chain, with the industry that makes foods and drinks, with the retailers who sell, with consumers who need to dispose of plastics correctly, with the government, which is providing reverse logistics and fair taxation, with cooperatives, which are an essential link, with waste managers who can automate this sorting. Instead of running out of space in their landfills, they can even make this plastic be a source of income. So circular economy is a sustainable model. It's a model that generates a lot of resources, a lot of raw materials without generating non-renewable extraction. And that's why I need all of you to understand these principles today and to contribute with us, because when this pandemic started, plastic rubber grew about 40%. We did not have, there was a lack of virgin resins, but recycling never stopped. When the world was nearly collapsing because of its complex logistical chains, when petrochemical companies stopped and had trouble coming back, when we had the storms in Texas, when refineries had to close, recycling never stopped. Circular economy is a decentralized model that is spread across society and that requires a collective of people to work together. And it only requires one thing: previous consumption, so that a new process can happen and generate a new product. Therefore, my friends, I'm counting on all of you, because circular economy is something that we can only do together. And Plastifiber could have grown much more this year, but we did not have enough material. We're sure that we're going to evolve more and more with each year, and we count on your partnership. Thank you very much for your attention, and please understand that our mission is to talk about the circular economy and generate an ecosystem to make sure that plastic recycling takes place, and so that we have this wonderful solution, which is plastics, but through a circular and inclusive model. Thank you, Luis. I know that I'm coming to the end of my time, so I'm now open for questions.
Moisés Weber.
Thank you very much, Moisés Weber, the CEO of Plasti Weber, for your great presentation. We have a couple of minutes, Moisés, for you to answer questions from our attendees. So we're going to start with a question from Marco Joanes Reicher. His question is, what is the tax burden on recycled plastic products versus virgin plastic materials? There should be advantages to encourage recycling, right? This is a question from Marco Joanes Reicher. Thank you for your question. That's a very good question. We have the same tax burden, meaning that when products are sold, we are taxed at following the same criteria that is used for virgin materials, but there's a major difference. When we buy materials, we don't receive any credit. There is no tax credits here. So it's not that taxation is not advantageous for recycled plastics. It's quite contrary. It's more expensive because you have the same treatment at the end, but we don't have the same credits at the beginning. So a company like ours pays higher taxes in this package. It's like a double taxation. We pay more than a virgin plastics company. We have been making an effort to change this through our bioplastics chambers, through the network of plastic cooperation. And many of the stakeholders are engaged to change this. CNI, Sinplast, and we really hope that society will see this and will start demanding this from politicians, because people have a lot of power. All you need to do is ask. It might not be quick, but this is the route that often works the best. Moisés, we now have a question from Bruna Schneider Moura. Nowadays, do companies already have recycling plants for their materials or products, or is this something that is still being built? We're living in a very exciting time, and thank you for your question, Bruna. Companies, especially large companies, are extremely engaged in finding solutions, not only so that they can buy recycled packaging, but also to dispose correctly of their own materials. I'll give you an example. We have a project here that's called Nature Cycle, where besides selling recycled packaging, we collect plastic scrap and we bring it back to the production material. So companies are very committed to this. And this, of course, happened because of popular pressure. They understand that if they don't find this kind of solution, they're going to lose some of the market, and it's advancing very quickly. So we're gaining market as we've never gained before. We are not being able to service all of our clients. We have huge demands, but of course, we're growing a lot because of it. So yes, companies are doing their share. Consumers are doing their share. And this is the movement that we really need. We need to prefer brands that use recycled plastics. And this is one of the biggest drivers for a circular economy. So, Bruna, companies have been doing it, and it's going to make a big difference. We now have a question from Pedro Ítalo da Cruz. He says, congratulations for your talk. Can you mention some of the recycled resins you use? Of course. So to give you an idea, Pedro, today in our supply chain, we have co-ops, retailers, we have companies that collect waste, and our own clients. All of them, by rule of thumb, send us used packaging materials that has been disposed of, made of low-density polyethylene, low-density linear polyethylene, which are basically, the plastic wrap you see in the supermarket, which are clear and flexible, shrink wrap, stretch wrap, bubble wrap, plastic bags. So this is the raw materials that we recycle. There are many recyclers today which use different kinds of materials. We have 1,200 recyclers in Brazil. And since there are many kinds of plastic, some of them specialize in some sorts of material. We specialize on flexible polyethylene plastics.
Moises, we have one more question from Giovanna Cordeiro de Assis. Good morning. Congrats for the excellent presentation. I would like to know if you have any initiatives and partnerships with universities due to the importance of the strengthening of ties between universities and industries. I'm a researcher, and I see this difficulty of this type of interaction in Brazil. That is so true, Giovanna. I noticed that, yeah, there is a gap between academia and the industry. And I believe this is a huge opportunity because the circular economy is precisely that. Have different players talking. I believe that the network of cooperation was a huge event. When we were talking about ecosystem, I never thought it was so literal because there we were with petrochemicals, the transformation industry, the large brands, retail, cooperators, recyclers. In the beginning, we talked and it was even different languages. So it was very tough, huge challenge in the beginning. But the first vision I had is that people did not talk. And I think this model is we have to get out of our comfort zone, out of the box. And it's more or less as if it were a line where one talks with the one before and the one that comes after. Now we have a circular model where everyone talks to everyone. Universities are very important. We do have some ongoing researchers, but I think that we could have more. And also for the social projects. Today we have some social projects with some institutions, but the university is a huge opportunity. So yes, we have little and we can have much more. And I am available. We have a wonderful project called Live It, Visit a Live School, where we have volunteers and institutions and stores to receive waste, and this is afterwards reverted to health. So it's a really cool project. And besides sustainable school, we have other opportunities for further partnerships. Well, now we have a question from Pamela Rosa Oliveira. Congratulations. Your talk after recycle, can the same polymer go through the recycling process? If yes, can you produce the same product or would it be for a different application? That's a wonderful question. We have two recycling processes. We have the upcycling and the downcycling. The upcycling gets a product and transforms it into the same product again. That's what we do. It's the added value recycling. So you get the milling of the plastic and you make a new. The other process is to get a used packaging and transform it in a product with an inferior application. So you made some device or something for civil construction or so it is desirable that the plastic be recyclable and turn into the same product. And you asked me, but can you make the same product? And I understood that you said, well, can we do this several times? Yeah, you can do it many times. Today, I receive the plastic that we've recycled beforehand. So this cycle can be repeated many times. Sometimes we have a bit of a loss of properties, might lose a bit of transparency, but we can do this numerous times. And when it's a question of color, of some other attribute, you can apply this in other fronts with an injection or a chair or some plastic wood where it will be used, or else you can have a product with a long-term use where it might last 20, 30, 50 years. So it can last for a long time and it can help us for a long time. I think that we've gone to the extremes because if you think many years back when we used to go to the supermarket and we used to buy beer or soft drinks, we had those glass bottles, which was so uncomfortable. Today, we have extreme comfort, which is to get the product, unpack it. Sometimes we don't even want to segregate or classify, and we think everything came from the sky. So we are not, now we have to make an effort, a small effort. The circular logistics, the reverse logistics, the circular economy, a small effort not to go back to the past. So make packaging turn into new packages. This is totally feasible. We do this here every day, 10,000 tons per year. So if you have any idea of value, you know that that is a lot. Well, Moises, let's move on to the last question. It comes from Luisa Vitória Mendonça do Nascimento. Plasti Weber, does it have projects that contribute to recycling as a sustainable school and Race for Life? Is any program that helps research referring to this topic, even if it's a database that helps to create projects or the possibility of getting to know the company better? Luisa, thank you for following our projects. It makes us extremely proud, and we are in expanding. We have goal for both, and we count on everyone to continue cooperating. Plasti Weber, during years, we've received universities here at our headquarters showing the whole productive process. We understand that so that in order for changes to happen, we have to demonstrate how the recycling occurs so that people understand the process and the gaps that exist in this chain. We don't yet have something in this line, sort of an academic study shared, but we do this in practice. Last year, we had a series of live events. We invited authorities on this topic to explain how this topic happens. So when the pandemic finishes, please come and visit our process. You will be most welcome. We love what we do. We're very proud of what we do. And to talk about this is always a huge pleasure. Well, the other questions, due to the time constraint, will be sent to the speaker and he will respond later. We thank Moises Weber for his participation. Moises, thank you so much. Thank you, Luis. And thank you to all the organizers of the Congress. It is a very important forum so that our voice can be heard and that we can make the changes to really create this type of economy. The world, humanity needs this, and it's vital that we have this high value channel. Thank you very much and have a wonderful event. Thank you, Moises Weber from Plasti Weber. Before we start the next talk, to access simultaneous translation, choose the language you want at the top part of the screen. The material in English, like the guide and the slides that are being presented by the speakers, are available at the website cbplastico.com.br. In order to ask questions to the speakers, please use the specific field for questions, which is located at the bottom part of the screen. The questions will be replied live according to the flow. The next talk that we have is we're going to talk about plastic fighting COVID. This is going to be presented by Felipe Fagundes. He's the PDI Research Manager, Development and Innovation for the group FCC. You are most welcome, Felipe Fagundes, and I hope you give us a good lecture. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here today to talk about this subject, to bring the vision of FCC in the fight against COVID. Plastic is still has a role in this mission that belongs to all of us. So, as I said, I am the manager for research and innovation in FCC, and I hope during the next few minutes that we will be able to give you a good presentation, that we'll be able to have a good discussion in the end related to this issue of COVID-19 and plastic. Before introducing the topic, I think it's very important for me to tell you who we are. Well, we are an industry. We're 52 years old. We began our story in the shoe industry in the Vale dos Sinos in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and we diversified our portfolio of products, and we diversified the markets we work in. And today I can tell you that we have some important uh, things to be proud of. We make elastomers in South America. We're in all the vehicles that are produced in Brazil. We make polymeric masses as well. We're the largest producer, and we also work with truck bodies and other products for vehicles. I'm sure that several colleagues who are listening to me, they go through the situation, because I can say that a lot of people that hear me have transported themselves with one of our products, have brushed their teeth with some of our products, but often we're not known. It depends on the chain, because we manufacture these raw materials. It's also important, and there's a strong context based on what I'm going to present to you, which is our goal. So in one statement, I can summarize who we are, what our goal is, and what we are in quest of. What we want is to support the market, our clients, and what is the passion of our collaborators. So we search for the new, transforming ideas into materials that change the world. And I hope to share a bit of this with you during the next slides. Before I go into the topic, I talked about our purpose to transform ideas in products that change the world. And I also want to tell you how we organize ourselves for this, and the solution and the vision that we bring here is not by chance. It happens, it's a fruit of a process, of an innovation structure.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
And we have this very well structured in the company. So the transformation of an idea, of a concept, in a product, in a solution for the market, in a solution for our client, it goes through well-known steps. And every time we think about ideas, every time we try to transform an idea into a product, we have some criteria which we take into consideration. One of them is to increase the client's success. So we want to increase the success of the chain and of this product. We want to also be ahead of the trends and the trends that COVID brought us, and for our productive chain and for consumption. And of course, we want to take care of sustainability and also ESG. We're talking, even though it's very important, the environmental, but the economical and the social aspects are also extremely important. Well, still in this process, it's important to talk, to see how a concept like this and how it's treated. We talk about process, we talk about speed. So we have a pandemic that started in the beginning of last year, and how I grab these concepts and try to transform a product into a solution. For this, we have specific channels that dealt with people at different speeds according to the complexity of this idea. And here, as you can see in this chart, these three innovation horizons are very much well known, brought to us by McKinsey, and we adapt this to our reality. So how we get a concept and we translate this into prototypes and then into a solution and then onto the market. And the idea is that each new idea has a different journey to be able to take this to the market. Another important vision is that we say that things don't happen by chance, but it's also a fruit of a series of players, a series of processes. That vision that we have a researcher locked up in a room and he has a bright idea, that does not happen. In our vision, what exists are these connections, is if we have a whole parts of a puzzle that have to be put together. And what happens sometimes, of course, is that some groups don't even know that they own that specific part of the puzzle. So then we create these moments and connections to reach this innovative product. And what we're going to bring is this innovative concept to help our sanitary crisis. Now, moving into reality that we're going through, because we talk a lot about the new normal, but it's already normal, right? Because we've been going through this for over a year. So in the first semester of last year, using these concepts that I've just told you, and that we quickly went through, and also due to our history in the shoe industry, we found the following situation. We were still adapting ourselves to the reality of the pandemic, the use of masks, washing hands, not going out from our homes, lockdown. But even then, we had groups that had to work, that had to go out, people that had to produce services and go back home. So how could we support this process? Bringing safety to people. And in the first semester, the concept of an antiviral shoe sole appeared. So we thought, well, besides this, we could also have other elements that support other parts that support this going back to normal. So how can we adapt ourselves to the reality that we're living through, and at the same time being able to produce something and that helps us go back to our normal rhythm in our lives, leisure, etc. So it's a bit of what I'm going to tell you, how we got this concept, this trend, and we were able to promote a solution. So I'm going to show you this. It's something, materials of KPMG. This talks a little bit, the experience of the user is something that everyone knows. You, for sure, have already seen, and this was a topic that was exhausted in the pandemic, how many times we touch our face during the day. And people started to notice also how many different surfaces we touch during a day. And the change, the planning change that we have to go out. So before the pandemic, we simply would get the car keys or public transport and off we went. Now here we're giving an example of a journey to go shopping. We didn't have big planning. We thought what we wanted to do, but there was no incredible planning. Now we have to plan everything. We have to prepare ourselves. We have to take more than one mask. We have to take alcohol gel. If we're going to touch on different surfaces, we have to clean our hands the whole time. So this journey of this client or the user, we ourselves, we touch several different surfaces, we interact with different people, and everything is now planned. And so it's plan versus concern. So the concept is, well, if this is the trend, if this is reality, how can we in the industry make this process, this journey easier for our client, for our user? So we, the raw material manufacturing industry, how can we make this new journey easier, bringing safety into the process? I'm going to give you a personal example. A few weeks ago, I went out to eat a hamburger. So I placed my order electronically at the place, and I waited sitting at the table with my boy. When they called me, the order was ready. So I went to fetch it. So I said, well, then I put alcohol gel. do this before getting the tray, then I take the tray to the table, then I have to clean my hands again. What about when I go to get hold of the box? The people that were manipulating the box, were they wearing gloves and a mask? So the numerous concerns in this journey, just to eat something simple or to go to the supermarket or for leisure. So what we're bringing to you is this vision of the changes of habits and the vision of how consumers that before are still looking for brands, personalized brands, but they also want brands that are worried with safety and protection.
So in the list of opportunities we have, we need to think about agility, personalization, but also safety in parts and consumption goods for our clients and for our users, and everything they touch throughout the day. And just so that I'm not the only one saying this, I brought some quotes that represent this megatrend. I have some quotes from websites showing that this is a megatrend that is already true. For example, I brought this one so that we can talk about Beto Carreiro World, a theme park here in the south of Brazil, received an international seal from a Biorisk Advisory Council. So companies are now adapting to the new reality, and they understand that consumers, when they make a choice, will choose the companies that can service the level of customization and personalization that they have, and also in safety. Imagine if a family is going to a theme park, if they're going to be worried about, their kids using hand sanitizer before going on a roller coaster. So it no longer is all about enjoying the situation, but it also becomes a concern. And as an industry, we also have to adapt. We have to offer to the market new solutions, or at least additional solutions for this megatrend.
Mas, como provavelmente é de conhecimento
as many of you probably know, many of you who are listening to us, it wasn't only recently that plastics became an ally for healthcare. It wasn't only because of the pandemic. This is something from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, where they had a study on the different materials and how important plastics are in fighting COVID. Most of the devices used today are totally, or at least partially, made from plastics, such as respirators, thermometers, syringes, tubes, cannulas. And there are a number of materials used to save lives. Also, the packaging material for other devices and PPEs. So we know how important plastics are to save lives today in our new reality. One of the biggest advantages is how flexible plastics are in adapting to these situations. So just to illustrate the previous text, I brought some images from this study. So here we see different hospital devices, respirators and tubes, and look at how many of the parts are not made of plastic, right? I don't know what the percentage of plastics is here, but I can definitely tell you that most of it is. So this just reinforces how much plastics are already a protagonist in parts, in specific equipments, which are very important for fighting COVID. What we want to show you is how this can be further expanded. This is a direct way of fighting COVID in hospitals, but how do we see this in our own daily lives? again referring to the user's experience. What is the potential of plastics, and how can we support this new megatrend for more safety and protection? So before we talk about how, here's some more information on plastics. So some studies were published or are still being published since last year. This is a study from Fiocruz, and we also have a study here from Kampen Doramaten. They discuss the virus's lifespan when it's on a surface. So for how long can a virus remain viable when it's on a surface? Here we're talking about people who might cough or sneeze or touch their face and then touch a surface. For how long is this surface going to remain contaminated? When we're talking about plastics, this represents around 72 hours for the viral RNA to remain available there and contaminate a human being. These are studies from last year. There are still further studies being carried out. We are now getting a better understanding of this. And we can also talk about surfaces and how contagious they are when the virus comes to them. So as I said, this is being better studied now, but I brought some more material from Nature and from the CDC. In November, that is 1 year after the pandemic started in Asia, Chinese authorities have now required imported frozen foods to be disinfected. So there is still a risk for contamination, and this is a good practice to maintain our daily life as normal as possible. Looking at a past case, and this was something that we heard a lot about, the Diamond Princess, the cruise ship. 17 days after it was completely emptied, they still found viral RNA there. On October 20th, the WHO updated its official guidelines, saying that after people who are infected sneeze, cough, or touch surfaces and objects such as tables and door handles, the virus can still spread. And here we're talking about fomites, which are the droplets of saliva that carry viral particles. They're one of our theories. That's one of the ways we believe that plastics can help us even more in our daily lives. This picture of a lady cleaning a train was included in this Nature study, and it discusses the millions of dollars that have already been spent in the subway in New York. So how much investment is being made in cleaning it? Again, facing a megatrend, we see an opportunity. And this is a great opportunity for finding a solution, and this is what we're discussing. Again, discussing surfaces, this is a graph, and I don't want to show you only my numbers, but look at how these graphs are inclinated. The first graph shows the fomites, that is the viral particles that are carried in our saliva droplets, and how long they live on plastics. Like we said, 72 hours. Then the same study shows how it behaves on different surfaces. The second graph is a copper surface, and we see that the amount of active virus drops very sharply, very quickly. And then looking at the different innovation concepts for our group and for our trained staff to see this as an opportunity, we can see that there was a way here of offering to the market an additional solution in fighting the pandemic. This is another graph that is, again, directly connected to surfaces. This is a copper surface versus a control surface. So the previous graph was showing viruses, and this one is on bacteria. So look at how different it is. The red section represents the bacterial units per square centimeter. And this is very connected to what we see in hospitals, right? Beds and other surfaces that are very exposed in hospitals. And we see what the bacterial growth is like in each kind of surface. And this shows the opportunities that we have. How can we take this information and translate it into a product? And how can this product be taken to the market? Again, we had a technology pathway, but how do we measure its effectiveness? In 2019, this ISO was updated, and it specifically deals with how antiviral activity is measured on plastics and other non-porous surfaces. So the perspective here is how we can measure viral activity in treated and non-treated surfaces. It's based on this that we've understood that surfaces, once they have reduced viral activity, will provide more safety for the end user. And viral activity here refers to the number of infectious viral particles on a surface. A treated surface should, of course, reduce viral activity, should reduce the number of infectious viral particles, and should lead to non-contamination when we touch them. So this is an international standard that we use to measure it. With ISO 21702, we can measure the antiviral activity of surfaces. Okay, so we've talked about a possible technology, how we measure viral activity, and now this is the concept we use. As I've said, we are a 52-year-old chemical industry. We work with thermoplastic elastometers and adhesives, and our understanding of adhesives has brought a reflection. If we can solve this issue in any way, so if we can deactivate the virus from infecting human beings, it is possible that we can do it through an additive. So this is an image of a viral particle. This is an image that everyone knows, of course. But besides the SARS-CoV-2 virus, we also have others. This surface is a glycoprotein. That's why they are called envelope viruses. SARS-CoV-2 has a protein envelope. It's protected by this surface. And these tips where viruses inject their viral RNA and DNA are also made of proteins. The concept we use here is that if we can use our adhesive technology to bind these proteins so that they are no longer active or viable for contamination, that would solve the issue. So this is the concept behind what we used. We discussed the virus's morphology, and this shows how it infects cells for replication. Differently from bacteria, viruses don't spread on a surface. They need a host, so human beings in the case of SARS-CoV-2. So first you have a surface and the first step, which is absorption, where the virus invades our cell through its membranes. This usually happens on our mucosa, and it penetrates the cell, creates biosyntheses, and goes through maturation, and then the virus is released in our body. Okay, so how can we use all of these concepts we've discussed in the last minutes to block it? This is the idea. By using the concept of an adhesive, by using a way of binding these proteins, the protein spikes, and making them inactivate the protein spikes through a treated surface, we can prevent absorption from happening. So if you have a surface treated with an additive, in this case, FCC antivir, with this surface, the virus is deactivated, meaning that it will no longer contaminate you. It blocks its ability to interact with our cells. So this is the underlying mechanism in how we understand we can provide an additional solution in preventing contamination and treating surfaces. So here, going a bit deeper into the technology challenge, how do we make it happen? We always have to consider this. There's a right timing for this. The pandemic is here. As an industry, as suppliers of raw materials, innovation, and solutions, we need to offer a way out for the market very quickly. If we provide anything like an additive or a process that requires a big change in a productive chain, it will probably take much longer to be adopted. So the biggest challenge in terms of technology here is to provide this solution that I just showed you recently, and also maintaining the mechanical properties of our plastics, facilitating them from being incorporated in polymers, and using the same equipment for processing, so making raw materials into end parts. And doing this so that for the entire mass of polymers has active polymers. And this needs to be easy. It needs to be safe for whoever is executing manufacturing and for the end user. So this is our solution. By using nanotechnology or using very small particles, we hope to interact with the virus to deactivate it, as I showed you before. So we've discussed efficacy, we've discussed ISO 21702, which deals with antiviral efficiency. FCC understands that we need to offer a full package. So the industry needs an easy and practical solution. We also have an antifungal and antibacterial activity in the same additive. So with a single additive, we can solve a number of challenges the industry faces. And we can also solve a big problem, which is the new trend I discussed with you, how users are always seeking safety and protection. It's important to discuss this, which is something that really makes us proud. We feel that we stand out from the rest of the market because we provide high effectiveness against SARS-CoV-2. ISO 21702 analyzes activity on several kinds of viruses. Usually, viruses with envelopes are more difficult. So we're very proud to say that our product is approved according to ISO 21702 in approved labs for, against SARS-CoV-2. So it's very effective in its antiviral properties. And also, I can tell you that one of the biggest concerns, thinking about, how the FCC is taking its stand in sustainability, we also follow a norm on soil leaching. So out of all of the additives that we are adding to our plastics, they might be harmful for the environment when you think about recycling. This is something that we have been discussing thoroughly in our conference. So we had tests with NBR 2005, and we have certified that it's not harmful to the environment. So the additive in the polymer mass is not leached out, meaning that it's not washed out and it doesn't go to the environment. It doesn't go into the soil when it's disposed of. And this is a very important factor as well when we think about sustainability and when we consider continuous use of additives such as this one.
When I talked about the mega trends, you saw that vision of the cleaning of the American subway. This is the reality of our industries, of our day-to-day life. When we make a comparison of cleaning versus a treated surface with an antiviral additive, this is more or less the relationship. Imagine the time here, 24 hours. And imagine that this is done once every shift. So we're talking about a surface that is frequently manipulated with a series of people. So I clean in the middle of the morning and people manipulate the surface and the concentration, the viral load increases. And then I'm only going to clean again in the middle of the afternoon shift. And the comparison is versus a treated surface. So I don't have a replication, I don't have a viral load, which is so large on that surface. So the contamination will also be reduced. So that's an important relationship between the cleanliness and a treated surface. So it's also important to tell you that we've tested our product in a series of industries, a series of articles that have been manufactured in reactive processes, in extrusion processes, in different materials. So, or another paper, for example. So our vision attending to that mega trend that I put here and that I brought several elements showing that this is a world trend, that yes, we have more and more treated surfaces and that we have the possibility making people go back to the activities normally without being so concerned of touching surfaces or being concerned about the contamination. Well, even with all these elements, we continue reinforcing that everything, this is one more player for us to be able to go back to our normal lives, to wash our hands. The use of masks, alcohol, gel, all of this is crucial. Vaccination, which is becoming mainstream in Brazil. So we understand that what we're offering to the industry is another format of being able to support this pandemic, and we understand that this mega trend is something that has come to stay and that people are more and more concerned, as I said before, with the issue of safety, and we in the transformation and raw material industry have to look at this need, this pain that users have told us, and we have to offer solutions to the market. So we understand that with this, we are able to show way back from plastic and equipment to fight this, the treated plastic with additives so that we can fight more effectively and attend to this new trend of searching for protection and safety in the day-to-day life. So I hope that in these 30 minutes that I was talked, I hope that I was able to go from the pain up to the way that we're supporting the market and solving this issue. I also bring the purpose back. And I hope I was able to show you that this purpose or this goal is not something that is just a talk. It's something that we do. It's transforming an idea, transforming a problem, transforming pain in an opportunity in material and then something different. Thank you very much for the time given to me. And this is the end of my presentation, and I'm now open for questions. Thank you, Felipe Fagundes, PDI, Research and Development and Innovation Manager of the FCC Group. We now have about 5 minutes for you to respond to some questions that participants have asked. So, Philip, let's move to the first question. The first question that was sent to us is the question that comes from Marco Juarez Heischer. Congrats, Felipe. Additives that would eliminate the virus and other viruses as well, are these being added to face masks, protective face masks? Thank you for the question. Yes, for sure, because we have to, we separate things. What I presented to you, area of knowledge is non-porous surfaces, in that case plastics, but here you're talking about porous surfaces, so it's textiles, right? So we know that there are several groups that are carrying out similar activities in textiles for the manufacturing of masks, and the evaluation norm is an adapted norm for textiles, but it's also possible to do this, to see these metrics, and this is the important point. We emphasize the plastic area in my talk, but the vision of textile is also a reality. Other groups are working on this, and we believe that in this format, the manufacturing plants adapting and bringing these realities, supporting this comeback process to this new normal. Felipe, the question now comes from Elio Viebeck. This plastic surface, is it defined, or does it independ of the porosity of the plastic? Thank you for the question. We must understand that when we apply the additive on a product, we have to understand, of course, the type, what is the transformation process, and how it's going to be utilized. Normally, if we're talking about material that's additive before the processing, we're talking about doing this in all the mass of the material. If we're talking about all the mass, each one of the layers of the plastic will be added, it will have this additive. And adding to what I showed you, the monometric size of the additive particle, n times smaller than the virus, will have homogeneously on all the surface the active principle of this additive. So in this way, we believe that notwithstanding the porosity, but not going into absorption, but our vision, independent of the layer, if we have this activated on the polymer mass, it would all be treated, including our materials often have an abrasion process. So let's say that the first surface is wasted by usage, for example. If the additive is in the mass, each one of these layers has been treated. So with this, we can offer safety during the whole life of that device. Now we have another question, Felipe. It comes from Andriele Braz Banzeto. Nanomaterials introduced in the polymer could be harmful for recycling. I imagine that her question is the vision of nanomaterials is a sort of a wide scope, but talking about the additive tests that we carried out, as I said, the big differential is how to offer to the market something that attends to the goal, minimizing the impact in the transformation process that already exists. Therefore, the vision is that no, it won't affect the recycling. And what we believe is that a recycled item, the additive should be compensated. So the weight of the material has to be compensated by the additive, but we don't have the vision that this can be harmful. So even if it's disposed of, we have studies and data showing that there's no leaching. So the active material, it doesn't leak out of the material going into the soil. And this gives us the sense of safety, because we're talking about the disposal of solid waste. Philip, we don't have too much time, so we'll move on to the last question. The last question comes from Marcia da Silva. The protection of the plastic part with is it temporary or is it forever? Does this have to be reapplied now and then? Thank you for the question. No, it doesn't have to be reapplied because it's on the polymeric mass. But of course, if we have a paint job on the surface and the surface is additive, it's only that paint that will have the protection. But in the vision of the whole thing being incorporated into the mass, we believe the time of the activity of the additive is the same as the life of that part or that piece. So its life is equal to the time that the additive will continue working. The other questions will be sent to Felipe Fagundes, and he will reply afterwards. We thank you so much for your participation. Felipe, thank you very much. I thank you. Congrats for the organization of the event. Thanks for the invitation. And enjoy the rest of the talks. And we are available to debate more about this subject, about the innovation process, other ideas. We are at your disposal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felipe Fagundes. Now, to access the simultaneous translation, select the language you want to listen to on the left-hand side of your screen at the top. Materials, the slides that are being presented by the lecturers are available on the website cbplastico.com.br. At the side menu of the platform, there's an option of synchronizing data. So you can click on the option sync data. Now, we invite you all to interact, publishing on Twitter, Instagram, and the hashtag is CBPlastico. Your image will be published at the stand of the institute, which is called Sustenplat. Remember, you should not have a private account on Instagram. The next talk will talk about the importance of plastics, rigid plastics, and the engineering in modern life. This will be presented by Julio Arada. He's a PhD in nanoscience and advanced materials. Welcome, Julio Arada, and have a good talk. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this Brazilian Congress of Plastics. So I was invited to talk about rigid plastics and engineering plastics. I'm here in the name of Plastic Experience. We have a platform to promote knowledge about plastics. Yeah. Okay, the importance of rigid plastics and engineering plastics in our lives, right? So, to start with, I'd like to mention a few things that we believe are important, and especially the growth of the population after 1800. We're talking about exponential growth of billion inhabitants. And so we had 1 million in 1800 and 7 billion. This exponential growth happened due to
Então, o crescimento populacional, vamos tentar aqui ver que eu não consigo ver a tela inteira.
Okay, I can't see the whole screen, but let's move forward anyhow. So this growth was due to the evolution of food. So more food available. With large variety, large quantity.
Nervosismo inicial aqui é sobre a proteção desses alimentos para o nosso
and the protection of this food for us to consume from the field all the way to our table has to be very well protected. So then after the food evolution, our growth was also due to the evolution of medicine with new medications, processes for hips, for mechanical, physical processes, and also any other physical protection, because we have to do this one way or another. Also, the evolution of transport, railroads, river, terrestrial, flight, transport, and the huge evolution in the communications. So we have to communicate in a rapid way. This communication is by metallic wires, non-metallic, and also wireless. So that's in that way we control the length of the waves.
Então, devido a essa evolução desses dois últimos séculos, nós vamos avaliar aqui a evolução de 1850, que é o período avaliado, de 1850 até 2020.
So going back to the period from 1850 to 220, it was due to the food, as I said, security, transport, communication, and now we're in evolution of new types of foods. So I'm going to summarize the energy sources that we started having, and after this came the technological industry. The first source of energy we know is fire. Where does fire come from? Fire comes from way back in the humanity, where fire was dominated, and that this comes from burning wood. Burning wood, we have heat, and then the technological revolution began. Okay. So the first source of energy was wood, and then the Industrial Revolution came along with the steam engine. So we developed the textile industry, the steam engine for boats, trains. So this was way back in 1800. With the scarcity of wood, we found another source of energy, which was mineral coal. And in the midst of this, we had the electricity revolution. So we had steel, metal, transforming steel, good quality steel. With the electricity revolution, we had the communication, the phones, radios, TV, fax. So this is what happened. And the next revolution in the beginning of the 1900s was vehicles, the automotive industry. But this is not a scale, a real time. So we have the type of fuels, kerosene, gasoline, etc. And we also had other derivatives like chemical products, and the manufacturing in series. And then in the beginning of the 1900s, what happened? Plastics showed up. Technically, we call them polymers.
And we also started exploring natural gas and optic fibers. So we're still seeing how the information revolution is going. With developments in robotization, computers, and cell phones. Now, a new revolution that we're having now is the energy revolution with solar panels, wind generation, and renewable power sources. And also genetic engineering. But we are now moving to a new sort of energy source, which we are going to analyze soon. I normally call this CHON, which stands for carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. And this goes directly into the food revolution. And this, of course, has an impact on the circular economy. All of these materials we developed basically became waste, right? And waste must be recycled. So this is a summary of our how civilization has evolved. And of course, there's nuclear and quantic energy, which will be very interesting as new generations start learning more about this. Don't forget that plastics. Well, last year, they have celebrated their 100th anniversary. So let's talk about plastics. Plastics can be split into two main groups, rigid polymers and flexible polymers. Technically, we call them amorphous or semicrystalline polymers. Amorphous polymers have a disorganized molecular structure, and semicrystalline products are a bit more organized, which make them clear. So don't forget about this detail, because we're now only going to be talking about rigid or amorphous plastics. So here we see their mechanical properties. We have common use plastics, which are rich in alcohol, while semicrystalline plastics are reasonably smaller on the molecular level than amorphous ones. And we also see engineering plastics. That is, when plastics can take a temperature above 100 degrees, they are classified as engineering plastics. And this is the family I'm going to discuss with you. And when they can take temperatures above 140 Celsius, we call them high-performance plastics. And above 250, they're called ultra-polymers. So these are the super polymers that we frequently see.
Então, como que nós precisamos definir os materiais?
So how do we define plastic materials? There are some important phases to follow.
Os fatores elementares para uma produção de peças plásticas.
So these are the basic phases to be followed in producing a plastic part. Let's imagine some appliances, some home appliances. And what can use plastic parts? We have to analyze when these appliances will be used and how. So we need to understand the material's physical and mechanical properties, as well as its electric, chemical properties, and so on. So based on these properties, we'll select what is the best material for our appliance. So for example, here, if we are selecting a plastic for an appliance, let's say a fridge or a shower head or a microwave oven or a machine washer. And here we also see a food processor and a pan. So what are the qualities that we're going to use in these appliances? What mechanical properties do we need to analyze? Let's take a look at what's going to affect what polymers will be selected. In this case, we're focusing on amorphous or rigid polymers. Their biggest characteristic is that their contraction level is much lower than semicrystalline polymers. Their contraction index is between 0.5 and 1%. And usually at least below 3%. So for any of these appliances, you would need very rigid plastics. The first polymer we're going to discuss here and again, I apologize for not controlling this presentation, is PVC. So PVC is an amorphous polymer. It's a combination of ethene plus vinylic chloride. So this is a polymer that is very resistant to chemical reagents and the action of fungi, bacteria, insects, and rodents. It's a very good thermal, electrical, and acoustic element. It's recyclable, and it's very frequently used in basic sanitation systems. So how do we take water outside the house? Old tubes were made of metal, and now they're all made of plastics. Modern plastics are very resistant, and they're very easy to maintain. So PVC is frequently used in this industry, and it's also frequently used in landfills. So this is what they use for impermeability material. This is because of its density and because of its mechanical properties. It's often used in drapes. So PVC often gets a bad reputation, but it's one of the most resistant materials, and it's frequently used in medical devices. We use it, for example, in IV bags. Pills are also often packaged in PVC. Isolation tubes, boots, which we previously made out of rubber are currently made from PVC. Another frequent application of PVC is conduits. So basically the casing for electrical wiring. We often call this the umbilical cord when it's used for oil perforations and also to transmit information codes. So PVC is represents 14% of the Brazilian polymer market. That means about 700,000 tons a year of PVC. The most used material in thermoplastics is polyethylene and then polypropylene, about 21%. And these two polymers added up are about 56% of the industry, and the rest is engineering plastics and polyethylene, PVC, and others, which we'll discuss soon. So that was all about PVC, and the next one is polystyrene. Polystyrene is a combination of styrene and vinylbenzene. It's very resistant. So where do we use polystyrene? It's frequently used in civil construction as an isolation material. Conventional polystyrene is used in producing EPS, what we call foam, and these disposable pads that we use in packaging foods. These materials don't use much plastic. Over 96% is used for this kind of material. So this is the biggest advantage of using polystyrene. It's totally recyclable, and it's frequently used in civil construction. So in order to build, we use, especially in warm and temperate environments, walls made from EPS. And it's frequently used in disposable materials such as school supplies. We see, for example, that ballpoint pens are made from polystyrene. What we call crystal polystyrene. So school supplies, jewelry boxes are often made from polystyrene. Another kind of frequently used polystyrene is what we call high-impact polystyrene. It's a combination of ethene and polybutadiene. So by injecting it into an ethene structure, it creates high-impact polystyrene. It's frequently used in food packaging, especially those that are heat molded, plastic cups, what we use to drink coffee every day. And some of these blow molded packaging, such as yogurts. So these are just some details to, remove that bad reputation from some plastics. It's said that polystyrene can release some products which can be harmful for your health. So the question that many people ask is, if I put in some hot coffee in this cup, is it going to release anything into my coffee? Definitely not. Polystyrene at 60 degrees, which is the normal temperature of a hot drink, will not release any volatile particles. Polystyrene will only melt after above 180 degrees. So it will not release anything into our drinks. Another use for high-impact polystyrene is home appliances. The entire body shell for a fridge is usually made of high-impact polystyrene. Another product that we can discuss is SAN, which is considered an engineering plastic. It's a combination of styrene and acrylonitrile, which is a thermoplastic. So this combination creates SAN, which is frequently used in appliances such as blender cups, food processors, and batteries used to store energy. So usually the clear box that you see in some batteries are made from SAN. Another very common polymer is ABS, acrylonitrile butadiene styrene. It provides processability. It comes at a low cost. From styrene, butadiene causes impact resistance and flexibility, and acrylonitrile provides chemical resistance, scratch resistance, shine, and rigidity. So ABS is frequently used in desktop computers, home appliances such as vacuum cleaners, keyboards, phone handsets, mini toys, and the monitors we use on our computers. Another major use for ABS are phone handsets. Why wouldn't you make it with polystyrene? Well, this one provides chemical resistance, which is required by this product, because human beings have a lot of uric acid on our hands. It can also be used in briefcases. Many briefcases are made from ABS, and rear spoilers in vehicles. These are often blow molded. ABS is also used frequently in cosmetics. So many of the beauty products we use are made with ABS. Another huge market for ABS is leisure and sports. So for example, it's used in flutes, toy trains, toy cars, or Legos. Another important material is an amorphous polymer called polycarbonate. It's a chemical reaction resulting from bisphenol A and carbonate. And it's a polyester. It has a high impact resistance, 230 times greater than glass and 40 times greater than acrylics. Its transparency is close to that of glass, and it has a high thermal deflection temperature. A logical application would be in headlights for vehicles and medical devices such as hemodialysis equipment, tools, like this you see, is made from polycarbonate, or a combination of polycarbonate and ABS. It is often used as well in dashboards and appliances. It's often used as well in some sorts of drapes, as well as police shields. Often bottles are also made from polycarbonates. It can also be used in domes and protection areas, football stadiums, to protect stairs, and helmets. So this goes both for sports helmets as well as safety helmets in driving. So the next element we're going to discuss is polyethylene terephthalate. It uses engineering grade plastic, and it has two ways of being produced. When polyethylene is installed, it's amorphous and it can be semicrystalline. It depends on how it is processed. So let's take a look at the most frequent applications. PET is frequently used in sports glasses. It's used in goggles. So most of them are made from PET. It's not very brittle, so it's frequently used instead of polycarbonate because it doesn't create any sharp edges when it breaks. And it's completely recyclable. It's most frequently used in food packaging. So basically, most of the blown molded packaging materials are made from PET. You can see here several plastic bottles, ketchup bottles, mayo packaging. All of it is made from PET.
And the food packaging for cakes, for sweets, also for chicken. And this is the application of PET with this wonderful property, especially of what? Transparency. Another application that I showed here. And this is, I took a photo in a supermarket. Here you can see all the different applications for this. So it's a thermo process. And these protection plaques, these transparent, these are done with polyethylene thermoform. So this is the information. And another engineering plastic, it's the nylon 6 and nylon 6/6. The nylon 6 is where it's a yellow, translucent, and thermoplastic, and the nylon 6/6 has a different property, and we make the nylon 6/6. This is 6 carbons and another 6 carbons, so it's 6 plus 6. And the nylon 6, we have 5 plus 1. So this is the nylon, and it's very much used in engineering plastic in the areas of electricity, for the hot air and for fuel. So we use the nylon in this automotive industry. It's also used, you can see in this slide, we also use it a lot in fishing lines. So it's used also in textile area. So the textile industry uses it a lot. It's considered excellent material. Another application where nylon shows up a lot, which we don't give a lot of attention, is these sort of devices to fix things. For example, when you go and when you put a frame on the wall, that plastic part that goes into the wall is made of this type of material. And the idea is for it to adhere to the concrete, so it can hold the weight of a picture on the wall, for example. Much better if you use also another type of material. Another material that will show up is acrylic. So it's very much used, and it's the polymerization of methacrylate, and we also use the polymethacrylate. It's used in optical fibers, optical lenses, decoration, objects. These are trophies for competitions. He's pointing them out. All this is done made in acrylic because it's beautiful and it's aesthetical. It's also used in vehicles, because in the headlights and backlights, because it has optical transmission for the light. So when you need a bright light and you need to see through it, we use this material. It's normally used in the backlights of vehicles, and the front part you can use a different material. Don't forget that polycarbonate has a small disadvantage because it's not that resistant. So normally we add a cover of silicone to the car lights so that it will be more resistant. And another application for the acrylic is used in bathrooms, in hydro massage. The bathtubs for hydro massage is ABS, and it has a layer of this product which will give it the scratch resistant. So you can see a bathtub here on the right side of the picture. It will give you a sort of a shine, and it's very ornamental. Okay. So in a simplified manner, this is what I have to say about engineering plastics. So what does it represent in the consumption of plastics? It's more or less 7% of the total consumption. And in these engineering plastics, we can also use them in other areas, in the medical area. And sometimes people make a confusion with polycarbonate. Polycarbonate is more used in other technology. It comes from a renewable source with carbon oxide or monoxide. And that's where we make the polycarbonate with new technologies. But to substitute this, we have other plastics with better properties. This is not going to be a topic of my presentation right now. So this is what I wanted to tell you. And in this long time of experience working with plastics, I always suggest 4 books. These books, one of them was written in partnership with Professor Hélio Helvet. I have another book about thermoplastics, and I have another book which was edited, which is called Injection Extrusion of Plastics, and yet another one which is Conductivity, Plastic Molds with Thermoplastic Injection, and here in partnership with a colleague, and here in partnership with another engineer. So I'm already writing my next book, which is about different types of processes that use the extrusion process. So in a summarized way, and I apologize for the confusion in the beginning due to my non-preparation of the slides. So it was a bit confusing in the beginning. So I would like to thank you all for listening, and the Commission for having invited me to give this talk. In this talk, just about engineering plastics, it could be a long talk because this is a book about it. You can see on the pyramid, but we were able to give you an idea. And also polyestyrene, which is an engineering polymer. No, it's a general use polymer. So that's my tiny contribution for you today. And sorry for the rush and my stress. Even with 50 years of experience, I got stressed. Thank you very much. It's part of the deal, don't worry. Well, we thank Dr. Júlio Arado. He's a doctor in nanoscience and advanced materials. And We now have a few minutes for questions and answers. Well, the two other things I want to say. I want to, since I have another 2 minutes, I want to talk about classification. I didn't talk about polypropylene or polyethylene. And I also, there's another group, the two other groups. Friend Philip talked about elastomers, which is polyurethane and elastane. So in the classification of plastics, we have several subdivisions. So I talked about polymers. Otherwise, I'd have to talk about all sorts of things. So depending on the load, it will be transformed. This is a sort of self-defense that I'm doing in front of you guys. Dr. Julio, first question that has come here is Marcos Juarez Reicher. We talk so much with people that don't understand the subject in social media that they say plastic has bisphenol. We know that this is not true. We want you to clarify this, please. Well, this is more used for polycarbonate, and it's being substituted by carbon monoxide, which has a new chemical reaction. So before it was used for baby bottles, but today the problem is the temperature over 250 degrees, and we drank a lot of milk and in that type of milk bottle, so no one is dead. So it's not that temperature that's going to free this element. So this it's a wrong vision that lay people have, but that's the truth, and the truth has to be said. Dr. Julio, due to our time, once more, we would like to thank you for your participation in our event in the Brazilian Congress of Plastic. Your final words, please. Well, the new generation that's coming. So the first slide that I talked about, which are the renewable sources: hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and we will be using these sources to make plastic. So plastic is a material that will continue for the future generations. So there'll be new combinations and new types of plastic. Not new types, but new combinations of the raw material, and it's totally recyclable. So this is my final consideration, which I leave as a challenge for new generations, and the nanotechnology that is also going to help with all the plastic properties, using it as an element to fight against fungus, bacteria, and virus. So putting everything together, we'll have a super material. So plastic will have a long life for the next generations. I don't know how many thousand years ahead. Who knows if humanity doesn't succumb before that. Very good, Dr. Julio Arada. Thank you very much once more. We thank you for your participation in our Congress. We now invite you all to follow the debate that we'll have at 12 o'clock between the speakers of the morning block in the auditorium of Jacques Siekierski. The speakers, Guido Oftenkamp, Thais Wojtbudicki, Gustavo Alvarez, and Fabiana Quiroga, with the mediation of Alfredo Schmidt. The presentations for this room will come back at 1:20 with Marcelo Mazon, with the topic New Technology for obtaining raw materials from printed materials. Now watch the video with Jacques Siekerski's message. We can't accelerate time, but we can accelerate our actions using the time that we have today to transform the future. That is why Braskem, aligned with the goals of sustainable development of the UN, has new commitments with people and with the planet, working in seven different dimensions. We have a lot of goals for the next few years. Among them, elimination of plastic waste, the widening of the I'm Green portfolio, renewable materials, promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and neutralization of our gas emissions up to 2050 to fight the climate change. Let us transform the world into a more sustainable place for everyone, now and for the next. Braskem, a more sustainable future today.
Muito boa tarde a todos, sejam bem-vindos à Sala Israel
Good afternoon,
Isverner.
everyone, and welcome to the Israel Isverner room, and where we will continue our program in the Brazilian Plastic Congress. We're going to begin this afternoon's presentations in this room. And this room pays tribute to one of the pioneers in the plastic packaging area, Israel Isverner. He was a visionary. He always saw years ahead of himself. He was one of the founders of ABF, of which he headed many years, an unforgettable leader who added so much to our industry. Some important guidelines for you to make sure that you have the best experience possible in our Congress. We'd like to remind you that on your screen, there are several functionalities. To your right, you'll see there is a chat box where you can interact with speakers and with the organizers. If you'd like to ask a question to any of our speakers, please use the questions field at the bottom of your screen. Questions will be answered live as they come in. You can use emojis at the bottom of the screen according to how you feel with every subject that we discuss. Simultaneous translation is available at the top of your screen to your left in Portuguese and English. There is English language material available on our website, cbplastico.com.br. There you will find the slides in English and the conference attendee guide with a lot of information. At the hall, there are 4 doors: welcome, exhibitors, the Jacques Siderkiewicz room, and the Israel's Werner room. In the exhibition room, you can visit the information booth for this conference and booths from Braskem, Vitesa, Malfilme, unions, and the Sustem Plástico Institute. Come and visit our information booth where you'll find the schedules for both presentation rooms, as well as a regulation for the awards in the 4th conference. You can also interact with us by posting to Twitter or Instagram with the CB Plástico hashtag. Your images will be shown in the Sustem Plástico Institute's booth. Remember that your Instagram account cannot be closed. Throughout our conference, more information will be sent through the chat. So to continue our program in this room, I'd like to invite Marcelo Mazon, who is the head of sustainability and marketing at ABINC Brazil. And he will talk about new technologies in obtaining raw materials from printed packaging. Welcome, Marcelo Mazon, and have a great talk. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marcelo Mazon, and I'm the head of sustainability and marketing here at D-Inc. I'm here to show some of our technology and to tell you a bit about the Inc.'s history and why we decided to bring it to Brazil. I'd also like to tell you a bit about our involvement with circular economy. D-Inc. was created in 2018. The idea dates back from 2016, but the founders have brought it to Brazil in 2018. Our idea was to work with waste that is difficult to recycle. A major concern we have today with circular economy, with plastics in Brazil, is how we can recycle these difficult materials. So the first point we're going to tackle in this chain is exactly printed waste. So this search for technology is what drove us to Cadel technology here in Brazil. So D-Inc. is bringing to Brazil this technology, which allows total removal of inks from printed plastic waste, generating a new raw material. This technology works not only for flexible plastics, but also rigid ones that have undergone the printing process. They can be post-industrial or post-consumer waste. So with it, we can reach a greater range of plastics or plastic waste, which were not recycled before. I remember it well when D-Inc. brought their idea here, because this was exactly when we started working with the Plastics Cooperation Network. And one of the issues that was always raised was how difficult it was to change recyclability for certain plastics, especially printed ones. So how we could include them in the chain again. Our process is basically solvent-free, meaning that all the waste generated in this process, even the inks, are reused. It's a recycling process that is technically common. So we have milling. After milling, we have de-inking, where the water is treated and washed. So waste is washed, dried, and then taken to granulation at the end. And what waste do we de-ink? Rigid shavings, flexible shavings, silk printed bottles. So for example, multi-use plastic bottles, plastic labels, and even car bumpers. De-ink is able to de-ink any kind of plastic material, whether it is rigid or flexible. So this is our motto: work now. Don't accept plastic as a pollutant. And in the circular economy concept, what we do is, if we look at the technology and how the plastic chain works today, whether it is rigid or flexible, it's normally taken to recycling cooperatives, to the recycling plant, and produces raw material with low added value. As you know, tinted material becomes black or gray or brown. So this is low added value products. With de-ink technology, whether it is rigid or flexible, we can remove ink and the raw material goes back directly to the chain again. So I'm going to pause a bit on this slide so I can show you that the ink is different from the common recycling industry. We don't sell raw material. De-ink is here to add to the chain. So in our first plant in Itupeva, we were accelerated by Ambev. It's important to discuss this specifically because by ourselves, with all of the circular economy process, by ourselves, we would be unable to solve the issue. We need to have all of the links in the chain together with us. So this de-ink operation involves brand owners, transformers, the entire reverse logistics chain, and de-ink Brazil. De-ink works on a business model that is project-based, and these projects are all structured with brands. Without that, we could not do anything by ourselves, so each company has its own needs. This was a project that is now being included by Ambev in their packaging. For sodas and for drinks, they include at least 20% of our material, and it performs just like virgin material. It's very interesting to see how much we're adding to the chain. And de-ink came to integrate the production chain, so we could bring the brand owners, weight managers, cooperatives, transformers, and startups into this work. In our specific case, working with Ambev, we've also had partnerships with other startups that were created by them, such as Green Mining. This was a bit delayed by the pandemic itself, but we do have a project to collect secondary packaging material in sales points in São Paulo, at bars and restaurants and condominiums, and we want to bring this material back to be de-inked with other scrap. When we talk about the circular economy and difficult to recycle materials, we also work with research, development, and innovation. So what is the concept here? We already have a good and consolidated de-inking process. And this is just being approved now, but the plant is already in operation at an industrial scale full-time. And now, for the second half of this year, we will include demetallization and delamination technologies, which are things that I heard very frequently in the talks during this conference. How do you work with multi-layer plastics, for example? How do you solve demetallization? This is something that we have already included in our technology, and we have this under development in our lab. So during the second half of the year, we will begin to put together a new line to delaminate and demetallize plastics, and they will start operations in 2022. This is how we want to position ourselves. We want to be an innovation front for materials for research and development. So we've already worked with de-inking, and we'll work with demetallization and delamination. And then we'll even search for other technologies such as decoloration. Ideally, we can bring to the industrial scale many items to the circular economy cycle for plastics. And this is a crucial point. Today, the figures we have in our circular economy are retained in niches that we have been recycling for a long time, such as flat, flexible plastics or clean, rigid plastics. The idea here is to differentiate the entire chain. This, of course, involves investing in infrastructure, investing in reverse logistics, in communications. So this is exactly why de-ink is working with the entire chain. We are a hub, and we're connecting the several links and the chain to make this material go back into the production cycle. This is a bit about our scalability timeline. De-Ink Brazil plans to conclude its new plant in 2022. And we intend to build 2 plants a year from 2023 to 2026. And with that, I'll go back a couple of slides to this on new technologies, because this is something that we have been underscoring very frequently, the barriers for recycling plastics in Brazil and mechanical recycling. This is a very important point that we need to mention. We need to know what we're going to do and what's going to make us stand out, and what is different about de-ink's process. So that concludes my presentation, and this is basically my takeaway message. Plastic waste is not trash. It's an innovative raw material for to promote the circular economy. A very important thing is that de-ink is a part of a plastic cooperation network. Gustavo mentioned earlier today that we have been working on recyclability indexes, on guidelines, so that we can work with printed plastics. So it's very important. And again, this is an invitation for you. I work in communications in our network. So if you have not heard about our initiative in the Plastic Cooperation Network, please join us so that we can make plastics more circular in Brazil. That's all.
Nós agradecemos a Marcelo Mazon, head de sustentabilidade.
Thank you, Marcelo Mazon, the head of sustainability and marketing for de-ink Brazil.
para
We now
questionamento.
have some time for questions from the floor, from the attendees. The first question I've gotten here, Marcelo, is this. It was sent by Karina Mayara da Silva.
Consumo de água
What is the estimated water usage to wash printed inks from your materials? It's relatively low, but an important detail is that this is a closed cycle, so water is reused. We are very concerned in our plant about natural resources as well. So we do wash it along with chemical materials, but all of this is reused in the process. Nothing is wasted. It's a closed cycle.
Nós estamos aguardando ainda algumas
So
questões.
we're just waiting for more questions to come in.
Lembramos mais uma vez a todos que para fazerem as perguntas aos nossos
As a reminder, if you'd like to ask anything to our speakers, please use the questions box
rodapé da tela
at the bottom of your screen.
As perguntas serão respondidas ao vivo de acordo
Questions
com...
will be answered live as they come in.
Temos mais uma pergunta que chegou da Isabela Rodrigues Costa.
We have a question from Isabela Rodrigues Costa. She says, "Good afternoon, Marcelo. We'd like to know if your process works for high and low density film in flexible packaging." Great. Yes, it does work for both densities. And besides that, we also work with PP in flexible plastics. Right now, after 2022, we'll be able to work with multi-material or multi-layer packaging materials, even with barriers, PE, PET, nylon. This is all on our radar so that we can work with all kinds of packaging.
Okay, mais uma pergunta.
Okay, we have another question. This is from Marcelo Yamani. Do you have any forecasts for your commercial scale in demetallization, Marcelo? Yes, exactly. So from the second half of this year, we'll be building a new line for it, and it will be available in an industrial scale in 2022, both for delamination and demetallization.
Mais uma pergunta.
I have one more question, Marcelo. Graziele Aparecida de Jesus asks, during the de-inking process, do you obtain a uniform material at the end, or do you have a gradient of different tones from gray to black? No, it's totally uniform. It's very similar to virgin material. It doesn't go black or gray. It has a natural color. So 100% of it is virgin, very similar to prime material when you generate it from a process.
And it's not gray, it's not black, it's not yellowish. It has the exact same appearance as the virgin material. One more question, Marcelo. Technology used by the ink allows for recycling of any type of plastic materials? Yes, any type of plastic material, whether it be rigid or flexible. So we're talking about PE, high, low polyethylene. We're talking also about PP. We're talking about PET. We're talking about all these types of materials, yes. Biodegradable materials, can these be used in the process in your company? Biodegradable, as has been mentioned, is rather complicated. There is the possibility of it contaminating the recycling chain. So we do not recommend and we do not use at this moment biodegradable raw materials.
Você de reciclagem feita pela DEINC.
In this recycling, yeah, the audio failed.
Qual você
To repeat, what do you think is the potential for recycling done by DEINC? Look, I believe that we have the capacity for expanding to 10 plants around Brazil in 5 years, adding new technologies. But it's very difficult to measure the potential. In truth, we have a huge range of different fronts to work on and productive capacity precisely for items that today don't have any value whatsoever in the chain. So if we use printed material, multi-layer material, if we do this in any cooperative or collectors, that you're going to see that this material isn't worth anything. So the capacity for this work front is huge, and we can't even measure it yet. One more question. How do you see the future of the utilization of non-printed materials, for example, first-time usage resins? Look, I think it's going to coexist the mechanical recycling work with the chemical recycling, with the prime material of first usage for packaging. Some segments, such as hospitals, some segments that demand certain chemical materials that attack the products, these are still going to have a demand no matter the technology. They're going to demand virgin material. However, all the other segments, the more we advance in technology with the mechanical recycling, and after with the chemical recycling, we will be able to work parallel. I think the way towards the future is a lot more space for mechanical recycling than chemical, making this product come back into the chain. But it's still something we'll see the future in a few years, because there's a lot to evolve industrially in terms of profitability and cost. We have to think about this. All these processes, they have a cost. And we have to understand the country that we're in, the economy and the macro context, to be able to apply certain technologies here that perhaps will work in other countries, but perhaps won't work here. Mikael Ferreira Galvão, he asks, the packaging that aggregate in their construction, can they also be processed? Yes. Yeah, for sure. When we talk about metallization, we talk about layers, and we are able to work them, yes. What we still aren't able to do is work with packagings when it's not only aluminum and polyethylene, but also paper and other things, then that is something that we still don't do. But when we talk strictly about metals and plastics, yes, we will be able to from 2022 on. And how is in what stage is this technology in the US and Asia? Is this widespread? It's a new technology. We have the rights for Latin America. We have the licensing rights. There are DEINC plants in Spain, in Italy. They already work on an industrial scale. And in the US, we just started a plant there. So it's new technology in the detinting specifically, and in all fronts. So in the whole world, this has showed up during the last 3 years, let's speak like that. So it's extremely new technology that's beginning to be explored in these countries. Karina Mayara da Silva asks, food packaging that use flexible packaging and perhaps contaminated by fats, are these recycled by your process? If yes, is there any separation of the type of waste for a posterior destination? Okay, well, that's one of the big challenges that we're going to have during the next years. Precisely the separation of the PCRs and these food packaging impregnated with fat. Often the flexibles, as she mentioned, that come from, let me give an example, meats and butchers, and they have the odor problem. The fat we can remove in the process. The problem of the process still is the strong odor that is generated by this type of waste. So this has to be treated, and this is one of the things that we're solving with partners as well, additives, processes, to try to improve the situation and be able to incorporate this in an industrial scale as well. And how the Anvisa licenses for the use of this material? Well, this is the barrier in Brazil, and it's very much discussed in the cooperation network for the circular economy in Brazil, really to be able to reach different levels. It is necessary to work with Anvisa agency. Today, there are no other plants, unless we talk about PET. The other plants are not certified for food. There are very few certifications for food grades and polyethylenes, but it depends much more on the process and the agency of certain countries than effectively on the technology. So it's not possible, for example, to use American or Canadian technology or even American approved by the FDA and bring it here, because Anvisa has other rules and regulations. And our waste here in Brazil, let's not forget that we are a country, we are a developing country, so the reverse logistics chain is completely different from that of developed countries. So the rate of contamination is much higher. So it is a huge challenge. We believe that through the cooperation network, we will be able to certify the process, and here in Brazil, not only DEINC, but also processes in Brazil for post-food consumption. A guest here asks about fat waste, and what about other things that can be present in this process? Can these be a problem as well? Well, we believe the following. I think the fat waste perhaps is the most problematic of all the work that we have to do post-consumption. The rest, with the cleaning, with the process, with the detinting, we're able to work with them. What colors are the most?
Sobre isso? Não existe. O grau não é.
No, it's not even the issue of the color or the percentage of the process of the de-inking. It de-inks it from the plastic. So the color is not a problem because it goes together with the process. Materials like PVC, PET, can they also be used in this process? For sure. Yes, we are able to. And as I said, as of 2022, these multi-layers, we're going to be able to work with them as well. We have another question here. PET bottles, they can have a high rate of pre-cycled. Is this an important market for you? PET bottle is not our focus so far because the process itself currently of food grade is already consolidated. So our focus is much more in rigid and flexible leftovers that have not been used in the circular economy.
Foco, as embalagens problemáticas que não venham sendo atacadas. O processo de PET
The process of PET is highly consolidated in Brazil, including with plants, high-scale plants for food grade. There's another question, the cost, the industrial cost of this new process, do they allow you to be competitive for this product? Yeah. So much so, we already have Bevi, who works with us. But as all the scale of recycling, there is a trade-off. So case by case, we have to study the need of the client and the economical feasibility to understand if to de-ink the process and go back to doing it virgin, then if it will be natural, if this compensates economical, financially wise. So the recycled material, it is worth mentioning, it becomes a much more important product due to the global goals of companies that they are committed to. So there's a need to have recycled material incorporated, and it's on this vision that we work with D-Inc. It's not a company that sells raw material or focused on the costs of low added value material. We work with PCR with a high value and with companies that have goals that they need to achieve. What's the growth rate that you estimate for this product? We are estimating a growth rate of around 25% per year. Asiatic market? Until when we're able to stabilize the demand of and supply and demand, it would depend more on that than our industrial capacity. The Asiatic market is a market that has already approved this type of resin, this recycled, even if so, which countries? The Asiatic market that I know of, not yet. There are studies of D-Inc plants in China, but for the time being, we have no knowledge of that. D-Inc has a user license. Can they export to other markets? If you have the license, can you export to other markets? We have to understand the situation where and what markets these are. If we're talking about Europe, United States, where we have D-Inc plants, no. But if we talk about Latin America or other countries that do not have the technology, that's something that we can study. If the rate of 25% a year, does this mean that in 3 years you have to duplicate your production? Our rate is have 2 plants per year. We idea is up to 2026 having 10 D-Inc plants spread through Brazil, because these are going to be much more dedicated to certain processes or projects. So, for example, we're going to work with integrated products. So we work together with to build this need. Marcos Juarez is asking 2 questions. Where are the physical installations of your company? It's a huge country, and how to make the logistics feasible to attend to all this dimension. Very good question. Today we are in Itupeva, in the interior of the state of São Paulo, strategically a central area We're 70 kilometers away from São Paulo, close to the town of Jundiaí. But the idea of having 10 plants spread around Brazil is much more due to the fact of being able to geographically attend the country as a whole than the scale. Of course, the two go hand in hand, but we know that reverse logistics of plastics, especially flexible, which is very light material, is very complicated. So the plants have to be close to the source precisely to be able to make this something feasible. We have another question from Marcos Reicher. As for the cost of all these processes, do they bring economical advantages if you compare to the usage of virgin materials? Look, that's the million-dollar question of circular economy. Up to where does it go? The question is, it has a similar cost to virgin material, and it's difficult to operate virgin material, which is in a totally different scale, but normally it has a similar cost to virgin material. And it's a change of a thought process that is taking place more and more in the world, and especially in Brazil, which has been working for 30, 40 years with mechanical recycling, where the recycled material was always an option of cost, entry cost, and that has been changing with the global commitments made by the companies. The pressure on the circular economy of plastic makes us search for more sophisticated solutions for products of high quality with a good performance, whether physical, aesthetic, chemical, similar to virgin material. This costs something, and it ends up by being very similar to the recycled material. So these are things that we saw in the pandemic, especially in the beginning, with the material, the recycled materials, is in some more expensive sources than virgin material. But even so, it has to be incorporated in the process because of the signed commitments that the companies have agreed to. Is there public financing for this plant? We have financing here in the state of São Paulo, but the idea is to get private financing for the next scalabilities.
Nós agradecemos assim mais uma vez pela sua participação, Marcelo Mazon. Muito obrigado.
Marcelo, we thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Well, I am the one who says thank you, and have a great afternoon. Before we call the next lecture, we remind you that there's simultaneous translation. Look at the left top part of the screen and choose your language. The materials that are being presented are available at the site cbplastico.com.br. To ask questions, please use the specific field for questions, which is located on the bottom part of the screen. The questions will be answered live according to the flow. Use the hashtag CBPlastico in the social networks, Instagram and Twitter, and find the publications of the stand in the Sustenplasan. Remember that your Instagram account should not be a private account. Pay attention about the rewards and the prizes in the 4th CVP. The next talk will be about the Pellet Zero program, the Brazilian experience, and will be presented by Miguel Baiense, president of Plastivida. Welcome, Miguel Baiense. Have an excellent talk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this event, which is so important for our industry. We hope that we can show you a little bit of our work in an experience that we can say is in our governance, right? As an industry and as a productive part of the economy. I'm going to be talking about the Zero Pellet Initiative. And so first, what is pellets or zero pellets? This is a global program, and we'll understand it in more details now. And it supports industries and companies in the plastics production chain to implement their operations with good practices for maintenance and containment of pellets, flakes, and powdered resins, in order to achieve zero loss of these products to the environment. It has consolidated itself as one of the main environmental protection actions in our industry. And when I talk about our industry, as I said in the beginning, this is a process that we learned over time. This is something that as an industry, we need to do. It's our contribution to make plastics not go into the oceans and into marine life and so on. We understand that this is one of the things that the industry really needs to get involved in. And it really doesn't depend on anyone else. It only depends on the industry itself. So what is a pellet? A pellet is a plastic resin. Fabiana Quiroga gave a presentation earlier defining it. She briefly mentioned what a plastic pellet is, but it's basically small spheres of plastics used to produce plastic artifacts. So for example, if you are making a straw or a cup, they're all made from this pellet, from a granule of plastic, which goes into a machine that makes it into a different product. Our goal is to work in containing these granules before they become a plastic artifact. So this is our main goal, and that's why I say that this is in our governance. It's not related to consumers or to the government, which are important parts of the process, right, of containing plastics and preventing plastics from going to the sea. It's also related to a third stakeholder, which is the industry itself. And that's why I say that this is in our governance. This is what a pellet looks like. These are white pellets, but they can be any color. They can be red, they can be black. And they take the right color according to the need and to the transformation they undergo. So if you want a red bottle, and if you can use red pellets and so on and so forth. We focus on pellets because they're more real in our industry. They're the most widely used product. But just as a side note, before this pellet appears, you have a resin, and a resin is a powder. Depending on the kind of plastic you're discussing, it makes more sense for it to be sold as a pellet. It really will depend on what kind of plastic it is, but it can also be a resin or a powder. A resin or powder is also included in this process. Well, as we said briefly, how does this program work? I'm going to tell you a little bit about our history. It includes several stakeholders who also developed parallel initiatives. And here we are putting all of these initiatives together in a single area in Brazil. So in 2011, there was an international conference on marine debris in Honolulu, and they set out commitments for a global effort to reduce the impacts of marine litter. This involved several governments. It wasn't started then. The movement actually started in the 70s, as Professor Alexander has been saying, but the Honolulu strategy was an interesting landmark, because this is when companies started to focus on this area. So as a result of this strategy, and at the invitation of Plastics Europe, which is an association that discusses the social and environmental impacts of plastics, the American Chemical Council included Plastivida as a signatory to the Declaration of the Global Plastics Associations for Solutions on Marine Litter. So this was a moment in which there were many stakeholders, the industry, felt that it needed to be in the process, and it became a signatory to this declaration. And that's when we started discussing the theme in Brazil, first with the institution itself, and then with our members. And then we started working with partnerships with other stakeholders in the global plastics industry. There are currently over 150 initiatives for this kind of action to implement solutions in Brazil. And Brazil also participates in this process.
Como movimento majoritário, então a gente se sente.
So as a movement, we naturally feel challenged to start working on this topic in Brazil. And we found a great partner, which was the Oceanographic Institute from the University of São Paulo. There's another speaker from there who is speaking in another room right now, but this basically shows how important this topic was in Brazil. This was signed in 2012 as a consequence of the Honolulu strategy, and it was renewed in 2017 for another 5 years. So it's very good to have partners in this process. Our objectives are split into 5 pillars, because of course, it's important to talk about how information is given to the press, how it's communicated to society. So we started on the 5 main pillars, which you see right now. First, to get to know and evaluate the characteristics of marine pollution in Brazil. This was one of the main starting points for us. We did a lot of research in Brazil so that we could have a good understanding of what it was. We needed to scale the relevance of Brazil to the global scenario, so understand how Brazil is working on this entire scenario. Also, identify and quantifying the origin of waste in the seas and beaches of Brazil. So we went out to the field, to the beaches, to see how and which kinds of plastics are going to the sea. Identifying temporal series for the data, which became very important in this process. And the 5th, and probably the main pillars, is that when you have all of this scientific understanding that is developed, understood, then we start environmental education actions for society. It basically becomes an essential part of the process. So this timeline is not necessarily for you to read right now. This presentation will be made available if you want to download the presentation later, but it's a timeline that I put here to show exactly how we internalize the strategy in Brazil and how we started creating a path forward for Pellet Zero. So as I said, we started with the Honolulu commitment. In 2012, we signed an agreement with the University of São Paulo. And not only did we begin studies, but we also started activities in 13 beaches in the state of São Paulo. This is where the process began. In 2013, we were expanding the work area, and that included the states of Bahia and the North Coast, where we continued to monitor plastic waste in 3 beaches, which is something we also did in the state of Alagoas. So the process became much better structured, and we started seeing with our partners that For example, the Caxias do Sul University also had a study like this in the coast of that state. And it saw the variety of plastics that were available, that were there in each area. So the same plastics that appear in the beaches of São Paulo are related to fishing. So for example, fishing nets, when they rip and they fall into the ocean. But in the northeast of Brazil, we normally see plastics from tourism, basically, using the beach, which is a common good for all. But in the south of Brazil, during that time of the year, that only represented 14% of the plastics. We saw a lot of glass and aluminum. So the way in which plastic affects the beaches is different in the northeast of Brazil and in the south, probably because of the weather and how the beach is used. But the materials that people also consume in the south are related to other raw materials. And here in the northeast, they come from different sources. So that gives us an understanding of the entire chain so that we can have better environmental education campaigns. In 2014, we started the Zero Pellet program. We brought it in from the US. It was created in the US. And of course, we had to adapt it to the Brazilian reality. That's when we started creating partnerships. We know that, for example, Aliplástico has also worked in adapting the information on this topic to the Brazilian reality. And we started going into this subject. Plastivida decided to create its own committee in 2015, where we involve all the stakeholders in this context. And in 2016, this committee became a plastic forum. So everything that was done by other institutions and other companies is now being used in the same single movement, where we also have scientific research. We still analyze how plastics are sent to the sea, but this allows us to really focus on the goals of Zero Pellets. Then we also start environmental education campaigns. We created the Understand Waste campaign, which is actually a booth that we started during the Rio Olympics, where we talk to society about plastics. So this is something that we developed again over 2018 and 2019 in environmental education. And by 2020, I'm sorry, I didn't pass my slides before, but in 2020, we launched the Zero Pellets program. So we started doing this online because of the pandemic, but we were able to involve several companies in this process. As I said, currently we have 18 signatories in the Plastics Forum, and that includes unions, class representatives, industries, which signed a declaration of intentions. And the Understand Waste project is still one of the main pillars in our educational program. And we can officially launch the new visual identity for our forum. So this is the old logo on your left and the new one on the right. This is the first time that we are showing this in a forum. So that's another milestone for us. And why do we apply Zero Pellet in Brazil? So what types of plastics do we see in the seas? About 90% of the volume of plastics found in the sea are macroplastics. 80% of them come from land due to excessive consumption, tourism. These are some of the ways in which plastics go into the sea along with other kinds of waste. And we can't forget that rivers go to the ocean, right? So even in a city like São Paulo, which is land-bound, has several rivers which dump this into the ocean. And not necessarily the ocean close to where you are. So 20% are come from activities carried out at sea, such as fishing and transportation, which can be tourist or merchant transportation. And a very small percentage are microplastics. So what is the relationship between this 90 and 10%? Well, some things need to be taken into consideration. First, location. Port areas, islands, places without basic sanitation are some of the most common areas where we see plastics. So we break it down by size or by mass when it comes to macroplastics, but with microplastics, we talk about quantity of items. In the case of microplastics, we are usually taking measurements of below half a centimeter. So it's not as visible, but it is there. And we also consider it to different times of the year. For example, it's very common to see pictures of a very dirty beach after New Year's with all kinds of material because of how things are consumed during those times. Water currents are also very important in this process. So pellets are in the microplastics universe, and as I said, they are not assessed by mass, but by quantity of items. And studies show the presence of pellets in different locations, ranging from negligible quantities to 16% levels. This is usually when we study ports. That's one of the areas in which logistics for companies that work in transportation between manufacturers and buyers have accidents occasionally. This is an area where the risk of accidents is higher, and then it falls directly into the sea, which is different from what would happen in a road accident. So we noticed that most locations that we assessed with the University of São Paulo had a very low amount of pellets. In Santos is where we saw the highest amount. But this was our first conclusion. This is in our governance, so we need to act, we need to work. As I said, there are other locations, factories, warehouses, and land transportation that play a role. So it's very important to maintain this in our governance. As I said, this was something that we did. At first, we diagnosed pellet losses in the production chains in the port, and we adapted the guidance material to Brazil. We created a partnership with these institutions and some companies like Braskem and Dow, and also Abiplas. So this was a joint effort with the industry, and it was even innovative because this is much more difficult in other areas, right? It's not something that you observed and built together. It's very important to have companies participating in this process. Our goal is to reduce losses, and the process, as we'll see ahead, requires continuous improvement. You need to systematize the system, and it is scalable, which makes it a very interesting process because it provides transparency and gives you reliability, trustability, and complies to all compliance policies in companies, which really need this in order to be implemented.
Of course, there's the support of the licensees. We can see this here in Brazil. We have the obligation of doing all this follow-up of the implementation of each one of these steps. We therefore strengthen the collaborators because they are the actors. You can think of the industry as a city, and then you have all the other people that are leaders and the collaborators. And then we saw several discussions this morning to involve all these players in this concept so that we allow the plastic and other raw materials to attend these prerequisites of circularity. This morning, someone spoke, if I'm not mistaken, it was Fabiana, that this is a key point. There's no point. She was talking about, well, not always a certain sector of a company talks with another when they launch a product. And one of the demands of ours in this process is everyone is part. It doesn't matter if you work in the administration, if you work in the industrial area, you have to be part of this process with a solution, seeing as a pellet on the floor of the plant, identify where it is, how it happened, where it came from, and especially contribute to solve the solution so there's not a second pellet present in that area. The implementation process can be by company in all the units, or it can be in a certain unit inside that company. So it's very important that we have a focal point, a general focal point, if we're talking about companies, so that person that's going to be the contact between the collaborators and the licensee as a disseminator of all this process. And if necessary and useful for the company, this focal point can be per unit. So we have this flexibility of working not to so that one person doesn't work much more than another. So we're adapted to do it this way. So the company signs an agreement per company or per unit, also a confidentiality agreement, which is signed with the company, because we have to have the credibility that we are doing a validation process in a very correct way. With all this complexity that we described, this project is not finite, it's a circle. So we do the renewal at each established period, and then we go to 2 years where it's then a 5-star company following all the process. When this agreement is signed, they get 1 star, and as they progress, they get 2, 3, up to 4 stars when the first step finishes, and the 5 stars where they are a full-blown licensee. We who works with our licenses are Abiplast and Plastivida. There's no problem having 2 or 3 licensors, but we've noticed that there's a need for situations such as these of applying just one mechanism of implementation. And this is worked in the circular forum. So they have the Abiplasti and the Plastivida to implement this program. And then we move with our own way of working, but always in this scenario. So all of this has been approved. The owners of the OCS, the Plastic Industry Association, and the American Chemistry Council, which are the owners of the brand. The OCS means it's where the Pellet Zero program is. So it's a Pellet Zero program. So this platform is not yet ready, but we hope that in 1 month it will be live and we will be able to publicize it so that we can evolve and allow the companies to access the platform so they can download programs of implementation materials, knowledge of the forms, checklist, diagnosis, and the beginning of the planning. So this will be the face of the platform, how it looks. You put the name of your company. If they're going to work just with a unit, or they can decide to do this, you define the segment and you define who's going to be the certifying body. And then we establish contact, and this will be one of the pillars that we will use to allow more and more companies to become OCS Pellet Zero in our country. These are the manuals. The first one is the manual to implement the program. It's the manual of the program. Then we have the implementation manual, and then you can see two different formats. We've learned in this process that we cannot focus just on the manufacturer, whether he's petrochemical, whether he's transformed, because among them there's a group which is very important, which are the people from the logistics operation. To whether it be to store, whether it be for the logistic transport. So it can be, and these actors have to be within the process. And so we decided at a certain point also to generate an implementation manual for this type of role in our productive chain. Now I am going to quickly show you how to implement this process. I'm going to show this to you on the next screen. And here we can see the following. The first thing, the company that's interested in implementing this, they will get into contact with any of the licensors, and they're going to know that they're going to work with the same methodology as we mentioned. We've created a certification based on different steps, and each step has a start. The first one is when you agree to this, you already get your first start. And you can choose. You can do the process the way that you want. The company can do it by itself, or they can do the implementation process with the help of a consulting firm or the licensor itself. We have a partnership with the Oceanographic Institute of the University of São Paulo. We work together, and so whatever format, we work with the same material, with the same documentation. Having taken this commitment, so we go to the second part. This material is all submitted, and then we go to the third step, and this certification, when it's received, it is the sense, the cyclic sense of moving forward, of evolving. And so we have a plan with the approval of the licensor, and then we have a report for the implementation. Once it's approved, then the company gets the fourth star, and then they have the certificate Pellet Zero, and this is concluded. This process is renewed every 2 years. So 2 years is a period that we believe that is sufficient to evolve this implementation in a satisfactory manner. No one has the power of police to say, no, it has to be in 2 years. There are units that are newer, others that are older, and some physical building or buying equipment. We know that not everything can be done at once, so we're very understanding in order to establish a period of 2 years for the establishment of this. Once we've done this, we can move to the fifth star. And the fifth star is the certification, and the basic difference between this first and second phase is that the second phase, the company has to have an external audit. They can choose, or an audit about all the results established in this process. So all the implementation steps are informed to the forum, and the forum will then publicize this to the results of this process. Braskem is the first one that has these 5 stars. They obtained their certification now in Mexico in March. And so we have all this scenario where we publicize the actions that were carried out by the licensed company. So it's just an additional step. It's a decision of the company, and they can move forward the way they want, either doing an internal audit or contracting an external audit to become a blue OCB. So they will then get this blue certificate. This process in Brazil started with the voluntary commitment to promote and increase the reach of the circular economy in plastic packaging in Brazil, launched by the chemical industry. And one of the pillars is that of all these companies that signed this agreement should implement this Pellet Zero program in their programs until 2020. And there's only one company that we're negotiating that it will become, we hope, the sooner the better, a licensed company in Brazil. This year, rapidly is the agreement. This is, for me, in my opinion, this was the catapulting of the implementation of all this process in our productive chain in the country. So the scope of the Pellet Zero petrochemical, the transformation of the service people, you can't just think of the loss of this in the industry, but we have to think of the whole production chain. And this has to, the status of the program here, we have a portal of 25 companies that are already in the process. The launch was June last year, and we have 3 companies that have 1 star. They signed the agreement. 8 companies that have 2 stars. Sorry, 13 have 1 star, 8 have 2 stars. 1 has 3 stars. 2 companies have received 4, which is the implementation report, and then they have to decide if they're going to become a blue certified. And 1 company, as I mentioned, which is Braskem, which already has their 5 stars. So we work hard in this process. We have already reached 23 companies that are licensed, and here just the logos of these companies for us to show that these are companies that are extremely committed with all the productive chain, transforming logistics, the petrochemical people working in this process. Here, just for you to see, on the left-hand side, you have the certification. In the middle of the certification, you have the logo and the name of the company. And at the bottom, there's the star. And as you evolve, you get the 2nd star, the 3rd, the 4th, until you get the blue certification, where you get the final certification with 5 stars. And then from then on, the process will continue being cyclic, in the sense that we continue to evolve and guaranteeing that the company is going to continue to work on this topic. I'd like to thank you guys for the 4th Congress of Plastic. For me, it's very good to participate. I've been speaking other opportunities in this Congress, so I would like to leave a message. Your participation is important, and as I said, this is the only type of waste that only depends on us to stop this going into the seas. It's within our governance, it's within our scope, our goodwill, need, responsibility, and commitment. And I'm talking in the name of Plastivida. We are at your disposal for this, but also Duplassi. Everyone is interested that this happens. So look for us, and it will be wonderful to work with you to evolve and be a reference in Brazil in this important program for the sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miguel Baiense, President of Plastivida, for his excellent presentation. We now have a few minutes for questions and answers that are done by our attendees. The first one is the following. Marine pollution can be microparticles for textile plastics. You can't see them. What alternatives or solutions for this type of problem? Well, I believe that the important point is that we be able to qualify the origins of this type of material. As I said, the macroplastics have a defined volume. You notice a mass. You see it on the beaches. They're this type of microplastics that we have to understand. We have to get a better way to avoid them getting to the seas. Once I participated in an event where the people would, the NGOs did some work going to the sea with nets to measure the quantity of microplastic, and they were doing this, and whoever did this would get a t-shirt. So this was something that ended up by generating resources for the project. But we could have think, well, how am I going to use a t-shirt that's going to let out microfibers in the sea? I'm not going to need it. Whoever bought it is not going to use it a lot. We're going to wash it, and then we're going to show these microfibers, and then the boat goes and fetches my microfiber. It's a bit a crazy thing. So the idea is to have the awareness on the consumer side, and that companies try to produce non-polluting products with this material that is not visible to the human eye. So, and evolve with a product that doesn't allow for this type of pollution. Another question that is arriving here, the B2B, to select certified companies is easier. How can the consumer be give prestige to these programs with their pellets? Well, I particularly understand that specification is a bit distant to the consumer reality. But the companies that work with this, they can declare themselves partners for the Pellet Zero. What they're never going to be able to do is to try to sell their products saying that they're more environmentally friendly than that other company that's not Pellet Zero. I don't want to have any, we don't want to have any brainwashing. We want the companies to say, we do our part. We are part of a process that avoids pellets going to the sea, because the perception of the consumers to buy or to opt for a certain company goes with your awareness. We don't want to make this a commercial tool. There are clear rules about the possibility of losing the certification if we detect such a movement. And for us licensors, if this is identified by the owners of the brand, we can even lose the right of licensing. So it has to be very well understood. Society in general has to have environmental education, learn and involve themselves to take a decision. But we do not want the company to make this into a business tool. Miguel, Carolina Henrique de Souza Borba's question, she says, congratulations for your talk. What happens if the company does not advance in some of the steps and then the company doesn't get its start? What happens? Is there a training process? What happens? Well, thank you for the praise. We believe that we don't want to have, don't want to be like the police and put a knife in at your throat, but we want to establish a dialogue. So there's no problem. As I said here, several companies signed this term to implement up to 2020, but one of them started and is seeing internally how they can do this. We can't say, look, you're out of the process. No, we want to be a partner so that we can say, well, what is the challenge and how can we contribute to the solution? So we think that this time frame of 2 years is enough for the implementation, but if in each one of the steps or between the first, second, third, fourth star, things go on for a long time, we have to be understanding we have the responsibility to survey the implementation, but we would not we can't allow them to sign the certification with 1 star and then with time they don't implement anything at all. Obviously that cannot happen. So we try to always be sort of midterm to dialogue. I think this is the secret of the plastic circularity, so that the dialogue is what goes on. So recycling in the pellet zero, where the actor is the industry and the responsible part is the industry itself. Thank you very much once more for your participation, Miguel Baense in the Brazilian Congress of Plastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before calling the next speaker, simultaneous translation is available on the top left side, the materials in English, the guide, the slides that are being presented by the speakers are available on the website cbplastico.com.br.
If you'd like to ask a question to our speakers, please use the questions field at the bottom of your screen. Questions will be answered live as they come in. We'd now like to invite Gerson Haas to speak. He is the president of Simplast and the director of the Sustemplast Institute, which will present its work. Welcome, Gerson Haas. Enjoy your talk. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone listening. I'd like to tell you a bit about what the industry is doing, what it has done for circular economy and for recycling, and how it adds value to plastics. In 2017, the Sustemplast Institute was created, and its goal was to coordinate the Brazilian Plastics Congress, which we're watching right now, and also the Tampinha Legal program. This is a program that is making an impact. It has distributed over 1 million Brazilian reals to its institutions. Copinho Legal is also an initiative under the Sustemplast Institute now. Okay. So Simplast in 2018, through the creation of its institute, received the first place in the Good Union Practices Prize. We see our former head, Edilson Bigas, receiving the prize in Brasilia in 2018. So this was an award given to the Institute when it was created. The Brazilian Plastic Congress had in its first edition in 2014, 200 entries. In 2016, the second edition, 300 entries. In 2018, the third edition, we received 500 entries. And right now, for this one, I'm going to update the amount on the screen. We now have 2,300 entries. It's an extraordinary growth, and it just shows the interest that society is having in plastics. The Brazilian Plastics Congress has as its goal to present to society how much plastic is inserted in modern life and how we can have a better relationship with this material. It is so important. The Tampinha Legal initiative has already distributed to charities more than 1 million BRL. It's educational, it advises and provides consulting services to social assistance entities, providing them with the best market valuation for their caps. 100% of the funds obtained from the sale of the caps are given to charities without any charges. No commissions, no fees, nothing. 100% of the amounts are sent to charities. Tampinha Legal also proposes actions to modify mass behavior by promoting the collection of plastic lids on behalf of third sector assistance entities registered in the program. I could mention here, for example, APAES, hospitals, different institutions which can have a better economic condition through this. And through them, we can also improve the environmental impact of our plastics. Circular economy works like this. Everyone collects with Tampinha Legal. We also have the participation from assistance entities. Caps are then sorted by color. They are sent to a warehouse, and we have them in many states. They are recycled, weighed and collected by a recycler, and then assistance entities receive that amount directly from recyclers without any middlemen. The industry recycles the material, repurposes it, and makes new products out of it. It becomes raw materials for new products. Here we see some images showing how the caps are collected and how they are reused, what we make with them. We can make drums and cans, vases for flowers. So there are flower pots. There are many things that you can do with recycled caps. This shows how happy kids are when they participate in sorting the caps by color. They learn from it. They work on it. And this is really what education is. This is environmental education in practice. Here we see a school sorting caps so that it has a higher sales value. Here are some examples of schools and companies that also participate in collecting caps, which are then given to charities. Individuals also. Everyone really takes part. Everyone helps. Again, this is sorting based on color, and it's basically automated right now. And the system is getting better and better so that we can increase the amount and make it easier to separate. Tampinha Legal collects here in Porto Alegre, in Rio Grande do Sul, around 3 tons every week. And that is a lot. That's a lot of caps. From the beginning, we've distributed 1.2 million Brazilian reals, which represents about 350,000 plastic caps. There are 311 charities that are impacted by this program, and it affects thousands of people who are in these charities who need help and who can get it through the amount of caps that is collected. This is circular economy in practice. Our industry with the Sustenplast Institute, we've demonstrated not only with examples that are really practical that we presented, which are there to be seen. We're based on a triple bottom line, which includes economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. With these 3 pillars we created, the Institute is also maintained and is always at the front line. We are in several Brazilian states. We started here in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, as I said, with the second Plastics Congress, but it's also working in other states. We are in the states of Santa Catarina, São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Alagoas, Pernambuco, Goiás, the Federal District, and very soon we will be in the state of Bahia. This project is expanding more and more, and this is something that we were able to see with our website and our meter. We see all the praise that this program has received. It is the biggest social and environmental program in education and circular economy, transforming the plastics industry in Latin America. We also have the Copinho Legal program, which started last year. We're also collecting plastic cups. This also goes to support Abiplas, one of the participants. Besides plastic cups, we're also collecting disposable plates and cutlery. This is a way to protect human health according to the biosecurity rules, and disposal is one of the ways in which we can provide food safety. Disposables are the solution to provide food safety due to poor hygiene in cups, cans, and bottles, preventing diseases such as leptospirosis, meningitis, hepatitis, diarrhea, and others that are preventable with hygiene habits and not sharing personal use objects. As a reminder, we are in a pandemic right now, and this just underscores what we can do. We see that many hospitals are now being told not to share cups and cans and bottles. So that shows the importance of disposables, of plastics, but we also need to take into consideration our circular economy and recycling. So to conclude, I'd like to show you all of our social media handles, our websites for the conference, for Copinho Legal, and for Tampinha Legal. We're on Instagram and Facebook. We are in all social media. So contact us, join us, collect caps and plastic cups so that we can make our planet's future better. They say that there's no throwing away, but only disposing correctly or incorrectly. And we hope that we can recycle all of this material and make it into a new product. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm now available. Thank you, Gerson Haas, the head of Simplast and director of the Sustem Plástico Institute. Thank you for being here in our conference. We still have a couple of minutes, so if there are any questions from our attendees, please send them through the chat in our chat box.
Luiz Afonso, e não havendo perguntas.
If there are no questions, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here. I'd like to thank the Sustem Plus Institute President, Alfredo Schmidt, who has been fighting for the Institute and who has given us the opportunity to show a little bit about what we do today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again for your talk, Mr. Gerson Haas. Thank you for being here at the Brazilian Plastic Congress. If you'd like to listen to the translation, you can select your language on the upper left corner. English language materials such as the presentations and the guide are available on our website, cbplastico.com.br. If you'd like to get a certificate for participating in this conference, it will be given to those who had at least 70% attendance during our talks. Now, in this room, we're going to have a panel on visions and versions. We'd like to invite to join us Rui Dornelles Freire, who will be the moderator for this panel, and José Vitor Bontempo, a professor at the Chemical Engineering School in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, who is attending from Canada. Leonardo Simon, a professor at the University of Waterloo, who is joining us from Canada, and Professor Marco Aurelio De Paola, a professor from Unicamp and the current head of ABPOL, the Brazilian Polymers Association. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to our panelists and our moderator. And we will immediately pass on the word to Mr. João Rui Dornelles Freire. Welcome, João Freire. Over to you so you can begin this panel. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Luis Afonso. I'm just getting organized here so we can begin. It's a pleasure to be here supporting this conference during this panel. This is a panel which, in my opinion, is going to provide a very interesting view on a little bit of everything that has already been said today. As panelists, we had professors and PhDs. We had members from academia who run studies and generate content, such as Professor Marco Aurelio Paoli, Professor José Vitor Bontempo, PhD, Professor Leonardo Simon, PhD. I believe they're going to give us a brief understanding and will give their perspective on what we've heard today. From the first talk from Thais, who gave us a broad view, who was also very objective, providing new paths for the circular economy. Then we talked about the cooperation network and the initiatives that we received in companies and union entities. We just heard from Gerson Haas from Sustain Plus. So right now, this panel is going to give us a perspective on each one of these researchers and what their perspective is on all that we discussed. For this panel, we're going to receive 3 questions, and each of the questions will be answered by each panelist. They're going to give their perspective, and then at the end of this first moment, in which we're hearing their perspectives, we're also going to get their versions, right? Because nothing is so exact to the point that it only has one version. So our commitment in the Brazilian Plastic Congress is to give you content so that we have more convergent and productive visions and versions. At the end, we're going to have some time for debates. So, first, we're going to be talking about what the organization itself proposed. So the first thing we want to talk to our panelists about is the applications of plastic. This broad experience that was discussed during all of our panels, we'd like to hear from you. What are the highlights in plastic applications in healthcare, in food preservation, in consumer goods. So let's talk a bit about the applications. Our first guest will be Professor Marco Aurelio De Paoli. He has a very long CV, which I mentioned, but I'll read here. He has his PhD in the Federal University of Brasilia and in the Chemical School of São Paulo. He also studied in the Max Planck Institute and Frankfurt University. In 1977, he worked as a professor and researcher in several internationally renowned institutions. He published hundreds of studies on this area. He was also a counselor for several dissertations. He's worked in polymers and electrochemical areas, specifically on degradation, polymer stabilization, thermoplastic formulation, conductive polymers, and other very specific topics, which are very relevant for today's discussion. So now, let's hear his view of the applications of plastics. Professor Marco Aurelio De Paoli, PhD.
Macon, Professor. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this debate. As president of the Brazilian Association of Polymers, I think it's always important to discuss these issues. And within these topics, I understand that we're going to talk about 3 subjects. First of all, we're going to talk about applications, health applications, consumer goods. Currently, it's difficult for you to talk about plastic applications. It would be easier perhaps to talk about where it isn't applied, because you also wouldn't find anywhere. In the health area, if we today walk into a surgery room, we're going to find more plastic materials than we would find 20 years ago. All the equipment is made of plastic, the hoses, the syringes, a lot of the equipment that the doctors use, and even the surgeries that are done remotely when the doctor works on the computer that he's using is made of thermoplastic, so is the mouse. So really, the probe he uses, the health area today would go back at least 150 years if we did not use the thermoplastic products. So they are extremely important. In the health area, it's not that known, but a few years ago, there was an additive that was launched for food greenhouses that optimizes the wavelength where the plant does its photosynthesis. So with this additive and the plastic cover, you're able to increase the productivity of a greenhouse plantation about 30%. So imagine how important this is in terms of productivity. The same area, the same system, the same greenhouse. The only thing that changes is the formulation of the plastic, and then you can increase this productivity in 30%. It is amazing. And what about consumer goods? It is an area that, I tell you, it's impressive. Everything that we use nowadays, let's talk about what we're using more frequently in this phase of video conference phase, which is the computers that are totally made with injected thermoplastics. All the electronic circuits are made also by thermoplastics. Therefore, this area of consumer goods is the area that most benefits with the usage of these products. I believe that if these were eliminated, we would go back at least 2 centuries in consumer goods that we have available. So it's very important the usage of these materials. I'm not including the elastomers that are also polymers and also participate in all these sectors. So these areas were chosen: health, food, consumer goods. These areas today depend strongly on the thermoplastic materials. This would be my main contribution right now. Thank you, Professor Di Paoli. Well, now I would like to listen to the vision of Professor Vitor Bontempo, the mentioned applications, and bringing to this vision of the professor those applications that are in our day-to-day lives, that we of the industry, we have some theoretical base, but the normal citizen, he still has a lot to learn about the possibilities of these materials. So please, Professor Pedro, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with the colleagues, some of the colleagues that I'm getting to know now, Di Paoli, Leonardo, and especially the event, because I am absolutely amazed, blown over by this event. I watched it the whole morning, and now I have a lot of responsibility to add comments and give additional insights compared to everything that was already discussed today. I am going to explore a side. I think my profile is a bit different to Di Paoli and Leonardo, even though I'm an engineer by profession. Well, there's no chemical engineering complain, but you study chemical engineering at the chemical college, but I'm a chemical engineer, dedicated his life to forget chemical engineers. I still dialogue with a few of them, like Di Paoli, Leonardo, and Freire, but I went towards the innovation economy and the management of this economy. That's how my research groups works in this circular economy. So we have a background way back when I was 40 years old of chemical engineering, but the work we do has everything to do with the strategies, with the innovation processes. So I'm going to try to complement what Di Paoli said, remembering that we've all been more or less at home for 1.5 years. And at this time, we dealt with plastic the whole time. Plastic in our face masks, plastics when we started to having to clean food, separated, that increased my consumption of plastic film. And then we went to take our vaccines. We had contact with this syringe. And in this process, we notice the participation of this material. But the interesting side is, what does it ends up by being the basis of some interesting innovations. Another thing that we did frequently, everyone cooped up at home, was to ask for delivery, for food. Restaurant, I can't even remember what a restaurant is. It seems to be a place where you sit down and eat, but like everyone, we phone our preferred restaurants, and then you have the famous packaging, that little plate where the food comes. So what do I do with this? Well, you trash it. But then there's an opportunity, an interesting opportunity, and that's where the circular discussion of economy, the applications for plastic, everything is always linked to movements of new business, finding new intelligent ways of dealing with material and with the then a company from Paris shows up, and their scheme is they manufacture equipment, they manufacture pots to the restaurant sells the food, They give the pot back, they go to the restaurant, they collect the pots, they have washing and industrial washing process. They clean the pots and give them back. So it's a renewal of a business model which is took place because of the pandemic, and it's quite interesting. I think this relationship between the potential, the technical potential, specific technical potential that De Paoli brought us, this is something that incentivizes new business models, new efforts. And then when we think of another application, I think, for example, I think everyone increased their wine consumption. And the other day I read something really cool in the Financial Times. It's not a chemical magazine. It's a newspaper. It's a very respected business economical newspaper. And the article said, what is the most sustainable packaging for wine? Everyone believes it's glass. And this article showed how glass is a problem. It's heavy. Each wine comes in a different glass. How does this? And then they showed the alternatives. And there's someone using PET, another one with using cans. That's rather a shock, right? Imagine the next delivery, we're going to receive a can of wine, 300 mLs. But that is an interesting discussion, and I thought that this was very well inserted into this pandemic time. So I think the plastic has a very important role in applications. It has its role in the pandemic, will continue having its role. And I wanted to remind you that there's the technological side and there are the business model innovations, which is very important as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. And I'm going to correct something. I did not read your introduction, so I'm going to do this now. I'm going to read your CV, chemical engineer, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, master's production engineer copy, also in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, of the School of Mines in Paris, coordinator of bioeconomy studies. And then this experience that you presented us, when you talk about the solution, the usage of plastic in the economy, and the best applications of plastic in your utilization. Thank you so much, Professor José Vitor Bontempo. And now we give the floor to reading these applications, Professor Leonardo Simon, who is a professor of the Waterloo University Chemical Department ever since 1982. He's been teaching in the graduation program of the polymers engineers in this university, and he has experience also in the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, where he researched characterizations of materials and nano compounds. Professor Simon, your vision of the applications of plastic. Thank you, João Freire. I hope that you can hear me, just so that I confirm everything is on. Is my mic on? Okay, yeah, perfect. Well, I'd like to start thanking Alfredo Schmidt for the leadership and the execution of this Congress, all the team that is participating, the sponsors who are extremely important. Thank you so much. The panelists, Professor De Paoli, Professor Bontempo, I agree with what you said. I also have participated and I enjoyed the conference this morning. I think I will get the certification. I think I'll continue watching. I'm just concerned with this 70% because I only watched one of the lectures. I'm going to get to 50% by the end of the day, I believe. But I'm going to spend the day connected. Well, this morning, one of the talks that most inspired me was that talk offered by Fabiana Quiroga. This talk showed that the company or the Brazilian sector is committed to continue in the leadership of sustainable innovation. So now I'm going to put this lecture that Fabiana gave and that inspired me a lot. I thought it was very interesting with the topic of our debate, which is what is my vision of plastics in health, in food, and in our routine day-to-day life. I am going to focus on health, especially the relationship with the pandemic and my experience, my response specific to the industry, especially here in Canada, but I also had to interact with other companies, the suppliers of raw materials, of resin, especially polypropylene in other countries, because local manufacturers had to involve masks. It's an imposition of the federal government and the provinces of Ontario, so it was necessary to use masks. So there was a development of this local production of masks, and then the problem of finding the raw material. The raw material to make the masks is not plastic, it's polypropylene. I'm referring to that. Here we have a large market, and there are few companies that only have two ways to go. And it's plastic that has a specific feature so that the mask reaches the norms to fight against illnesses. Now let's move into the technology. The masks that are made of non-fabric, they have a sort of a mesh which is much thinner than a strand of hair. And this generates the porosity that will stop the air that we breathe. So there was a quick response of these supplying industries and the communication with the production of the masks so that this distribution and production could happen. I think this is very interesting. It shows that the plastic industry is ready to respond to the needs of society. Now, one thing that I like a lot, which is a story of the consumer industry, I will mention the topic of the circular economy in the agribusiness, the relationship of the circular economy with the agribusiness and the food industry. It can be fuel and it can be food. In this context, in this pandemic context, the importance of the ready-made meals and delivery meals increased it, as Dr. Bontempo said, the new business needs. And in terms of technology, there is food, which I love using as an example, which is frozen food that the person purchases, takes home, puts in the microwave, and eats it in the packaging that it comes in. This packaging of food tends to be the villain of the story because it's a packaging that it's contaminated with fat. I like to use the example of the frozen lasagna. I think this is good food to freeze, to defreeze, and eat in the packaging itself, and it is a villain. And at some points, what there is lack of technology. And the people that end up by crucifying the packaging don't realize the benefits of the preservation of the food. So now I'm going to stop with my contribution, and we can go to the next question. We can move to the next question. Thank you. Excellent. Your contributions are wonderful. Now, me as a chemical engineer, 40 years working in the segment of polymers, I did not have this specificity about TNT, about the fabric of the mask. There's technology inserted there, embedded there, and very few people read it this way. But that's exactly what the goal of a Congress. You talked about different applications, different usages, being benefits for people, for life, for the planet. Now, it's also been mentioned a lot, the question of the circular economy. We can't run away from this topic, recycling and correct disposal. So I'm going to ask you, gentlemen, now I'm going to try to ask, I'm going to start with you, Professor Leonardo, asking what is the technology reading to contribute in the recycling, the circular economy, bringing this return with the value of these materials that have so many different applications for the life of people. So Professor Leonardo, let's start with you. Thank you, João Freire. Well, now I'm going to be a bit more critical. My critical vision to us as actors in this plastic industry and members of society, what is circular economy? Why do we need circular economy? When we ask this question, we have to be very careful not to make circular economy a problem of solid waste. Many of the comments and statements that I heard from the speakers this morning, and the point of view of engineering, this is very similar to management, solid waste management. I'm going to use an example, a concrete example here of the plastic bags. Plastic bags are a problem when they go to the wrong place. And plastic bags, they don't have legs, as Professor Bontempo said. They don't walk to the sea, and they don't go into the turtle's mouth by chance. Someone threw that plastic bag in the sea. Now, if you look at Japan, do they have that problem like cities like Tokyo? No. In Japan, the plastic bags, like any other plastic material, goes into a program of energy recovery. It's incinerated. So this is a solution that works for Japan, and they don't have this problem.
This problem cannot be generalized. It needs to be analyzed geographically. The Japanese solution is not the same solution that's going to work in the Brazilian or European market. Some European countries have a policy, an economic or social policy, to encourage recycling. Other countries prefer plastic composting. So it really varies depending on the geography and education. Now, why aren't plastic bags a problem in Japan? Because no one litters, and if anyone does, by accident, there is going to be someone who's going to collect that litter. Where I live in Canada, it's the same. You don't see any litter on the street. When you do see it, I try to collect it from my own street. So this problem with litter is not about plastic, but rather about education. And where does the problem arise? It comes from our lack of education and training, both at the individual level, as Fabiana said. She mentioned it as a professional and also as a parent. My daughter sees this and I don't know how to respond. She sees people littering and I don't know how to respond. So how do we educate our society? One of the answers is a program like Tampinha Legal. This is a program that's not going to solve the issue of plastic waste, but it's going to teach society, especially young people, how they can solve the issue. And in the future, all individuals will behave like the Japanese, which do not litter. Second role of education is the interaction between universities and companies. It is the role of companies that process plastics to talk to universities, especially at the undergraduate level, and to provide them with internships so that engineers or future mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, managers can understand what are the challenges in the company and bring this to an undergraduate level. When my students ask if they have to go to a grad school, I often say that in the undergraduate world, you're going to learn to solve issues that we already know how to solve. There are solution manuals for problems in textbooks. But when you go to the postgraduate level, that's when you start solving issues or understanding issues that have not been resolved yet. So circular economy today is a graduate level problem. It needs to be understood. It needs to be put into context. We're dealing with materials that are 100 years old. Plastics are 100 years old. Thermoplastics, as we normally use them, polypropylene that is injected and extruded, is not a natural material. It's man-made, it's synthetic. So just as we learn how to use it from the technological point of view, we also will need to learn to use it in the context of a circular economy. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So I'm now going to invite Professor José Victor Montempo, who also has worked in public policies and strategies to develop this area. Right, Professor João Vitor? That's right. Thank you, Freire. So to continue Leonardo's reflection, he developed the cultural differences in education that make the circular economy something that is, well, basically local or regional. That's an important dimension that should not be forgotten. Solutions are going to be different. Oh, but there's an important correction here. You've talked about plastics not having legs or wings, and that was a quote by Schmidt. So let's not forget it, otherwise we will never be invited back to the next events. After all, this is one of his phrases, and you can't change the author. So again, this was a quote by Alfredo Schmidt. So Leonardo mentioned the cultural side of littering. I lived in Canada for a year, so I know what that's like, right? The Canadian way of being, the American way of being, and the Japanese are a great example. But we, of course, have our own cultural specificities. In circular economy, we have a discipline which is a reflection of how to structure the circular economy. One thing we perceive is that there are technology dimensions that need to advance. Leonardo mentioned the lasagna wrapper. So there are some technology challenges, but there are other challenges related to innovations that are not connected to technology. I'll insist on a similar point. When I think about the reverse chain, reverse logistics, as we call it, it goes beyond that. In circular economy, I have a group of things that I didn't deal with directly, which I wasn't involved in. So there's a very challenging range of problems. I've noticed this during the presentations, when Braskem and others had their presentations in the morning. This is a very important challenge. And when you're in the realm of technology, some years ago, we had a study on chemical recycling. This was about 7 to 8 years ago. What we found is that technologies existed, but no one knew how to structure a business around them, because you had plastic shavings that were to be recycled, but this was unstable, and the product was also unstable. Now, this is different. Braskem is compliant with the idea of chemical recycling. And when I think about chemical recycling, it's more directed towards waste that could not receive value otherwise. So that the advantage was that we could go back to virgin resins, to naphtha. The technology still needed to be developed or optimized or grow. And at the same time, you have mechanical recycling. You have the redesigns that can modify or reduce the use of circular economy. So adjusting all of that is quite challenging. It's not a small problem. I liked seeing all of the proposals today. I think it shows maturity in how this is being reflected on, but I think there's still a problem. The technology needs to be developed, of course, and well, I see some companies in the petrochemical industry saying that they're going to include chemical recycling units in next to their crackers, but these are 20 to 30,000 units. So how much plastic shavings will be consumed? Is there enough space to have chemical recycling units in mid-sized cities so that it can be transported? Of course, this is just speculation, but what I'm saying is that we have a technology challenge and a structural challenge in how these businesses will be structured. So that's a very important challenge that we cannot forget. This discussion needs to be ongoing, and of course, we always need studies. This is something that has a very important regional aspect, of course. Thank you, Professor José Vitor. So now, coming back to the beginning, we'd now like to hear from Professor Marco Aurelio De Paoli and his considerations about this, the circular economy. In this positive applications topic, but let's hear from him, Professor Marco Aurelio. Thank you. I'm going to try to add to what has been said by the previous speakers. Said very well, by the way. Leonardo mentioned a very important point, and I would reverse the theme here. He says that it's important to dispose of things correctly in order to have circular economy. Everything depends on correct disposal. And as he said, this will all depend on education. I'll give you an example. About 20 years ago, all the chemical institutes and all the universities of the state of São Paulo implemented programs funded by FAPESP to manage chemical waste. So chemical institutes would receive the funds if they implemented a chemical waste program. So nothing else would be disposed of down the drain. All the research labs and all the educational labs had to implement these programs. So a chemistry student knew that at the end of his lab class, he would have to dispose of acids in the acid vat, organic waste in the organic vat, and so on. And by doing that, we created several generations of chemical engineers. All the students who went to labs in the chemical institutes in universities of São Paulo had to undergo this process. There was no other way around it. After an experiment, you had to dispose of chemicals in the right place. Otherwise, you would fail. That's all. So we created several generations of chemists who, from the first time they went into the lab, had to learn how to dispose chemical waste. I think in plastics, the same should apply. We need to create, for the next generations, the same mindset. Plastic cups need to be disposed of in the plastics waste bin, and so on and so forth. Just as Leonardo sorts his garbage, I live very close to a park. And oftentimes I walk around the park and I bring a plastic bag. And I always come back with it full of plastic. And I throw it in my plastic bin because I know that recycling will come through later to collect it. So that's it. There is a lot of advanced technology for recycling. There are companies that make full plants. If I want to have a recycling company today, I can make a full plant from washing to pelleting. All I need to do is get funding, get a location, but the raw materials will come from people who disposed of it in the right place, recyclers who took it and who brought to them. So it's that issue of input. The raw material will depend on people, on education. I always say that throwing a PET bottle in nature provides three losses. First, you're disposing of a raw material. Secondly, you're damaging the environment. And then you're going to have to spend to recover that environment again. So littering really is triple the loss, right? So this is an important message I have for you. If you want to invest in the circular economy and recycling, you need to invest in education. You need to go from basic education. You need to have 3 trash cans for metals, plastics, and organics. And that's where education starts. I think that's a very important point that we really need to underscore. The example we had today with education in disposing of chemical waste was very important because it applies to the medium and long term. And every chemist is aware of the fact that you can't finish an experiment and just throw your waste down the drain. Thank you. So circular economy is something that we discussed very well, right? From education to culture to technology. So we really can see that there's a convergence, right? A convergence between all positions on how important it is to discuss it. But now I'd like to invite you to think about the future. What can we understand from the major guidelines or the major trends in the products used and their materials and the possibilities that they have? Moving out of the box, right? Moving out of our reality, trying to think about the future. Where will these possibilities take us? And we need to include here what solutions we can provide for all the issues we discussed. So let's start with Professor José Vitor Bontempo, who might be able to help us think about the future. Thank you. I'd say that this isn't risky. I mean, it is risky, but don't tell us anything if we get it wrong. Maybe we can say that circular economy is a given today, right? The problem for the future, well, you know, the circular economy is well understood with all of the nuance that we mentioned here, but the problem for the future goes beyond having a circular economy, but rather removing carbon and being sustainable. You could have a very good circular economy without going in so deep into that, without being so successful in removing carbon. So You need to be carbon neutral, or even in some cases, carbon negative. We heard about that in the talks today. We talked about these two different stages. When I look at petrochemical companies, there's a study from the OECD on the future of petrochemicals. It states that the petrochemical industry will be the fastest growing industry for fossil fuels. Since the use of plastics will increase, we see that in developing countries this is natural. And since transportation will then change, the petrochemical industry will be the industry that most would be responsible for using oil. We recently saw that refineries had to be restructured considering a reduction of byproducts. And this converges into units that are starting to deal with renewable loads, with oils, fats, and greases. So this leads us to an area that we've been working on for a long time, which is valuing renewable resources and waste. So this is something unavoidable. When we think about plastics in the future, we need to think about bioplastics, which is a very complicated agenda. Bioplastics today represent 2% of the total market value. They have very high growth rates, right? They have a low share, but the growth rate is high. So that doesn't mean that it's so exciting. That some of these bioplastics are what we call drop-in. They're the bio-based version based on renewable resources for fossil fuels. For example, Braskem polyethylene. It's very similar to polyethylene made from naphtha or natural gas, but it's based from ethanol. So it's one kind of plastic. For the circular economy, for waste disposal, and for recycling, it's the same thing as a common household polyethylene developed, in 1940-some.
On the other hand, I have a bioplastic generation that are new. These are new polymers that are not part of these large and thermoplastics that we know. So these materials sometimes are biodegradable. Sometimes they're biodegradable under certain conditions. So they have an interference in the usage. They can bring into addressing functionalities. For example, there's been a wave of investments in the oldest type, but this material also brings a lot of difficulties with it. So when you say it's biodegradable, this can be interesting for certain applications, but on the other hand, if it's only biodegradable in an industrial setting and not in a residential setting, this can complicate things. So all this agenda of the bioplastics, which is out of the domain of the traditional petrochemical companies. This is just an illustration that I'm going to give. For example, you have one company making a resin that can substitute PET, which is Coca-Cola and all these producers of drinks and mineral water, soft drinks, etc. If they want to change the fossil PET for something non-fossil, they have two routes. Either they make a renewable PET, the same as the fossil PET, but with more renewable raw materials, with challenges. There are some companies trying to do that, or you change the resin. Then you make the PEF, which is the main candidate. But then you have to know how this is going to work in recycling. Perhaps it won't work so well. But you tend to have a variety of materials, and then you have materials that don't come from the imitation of PET. They can come from this paper and pulp industry. There's a Finnish company that's very interesting, that's becoming a biomaterial product, bringing solutions, type plastic, films, packaging solutions. Every week you'll find something new. So they're not a petrochemical, they won't be, but they will participate in the future of plastic. So there's a very interesting, rich, varied future for the plastic and new challenges for whoever is playing this game. Well, thank you very much, Professor José Vitor. In the sequence, Professor Leonardo Simon, and the future, what can we imagine as the guidelines of the plastic in the future? Thank you, João Freire. I'm now going to change my posture to an optimistic posture. I like being optimistic about the future. I would like to start agreeing with what De Paoli said and what with Professor Bontempo said in relation to the circular economy, and bring and mention what they said a while ago for the circular economy in the future. What would be the circular economy and plastic in the future? I would like to share my vision in a few different compartments, a few dimensions, so to speak, so that we are able to think. There are plastic materials that are used in durable applications. One of the examples I'd like to give is a tube for polyethylene in the building industry, which has dominated the market. Polyethylene pipes with a guarantee of over 50 years. This is a revolution. So in the same dimension, I would put another level, the short-term materials, which are the packaging that we talk so much about, the straws and all these single use, all these materials that we use that have a short life. Another context, another dimension is the source of the raw material. Our raw material for plastics comes mainly from petrol, with the exception of cellulose, which is one of the oldest plastics that's come from cellulose. Ours comes from petrol. If we remove, or if we have the desire of removing petrol from this equation, the point of view of engineering calculus, well, let's remove this. What will be the influence of what will be the variables that we'll have if we remove this term? Our source of atoms today either is petrol or agribusiness. We have the example of paper and pulp industry, the industry of oils, industrial oils, chemical numbers affecting the plastics, foam of polyurethane, which is made of soy oil. So if we remove fuel from where raw material comes, we'll go to the agribusiness. One of the best examples in the world of biofuel, which is bioethanol. In Brazil, that's something that works very well. It has its structure, as Vitor Bontempo mentioned. It has structure that favors this due to the geography. In Canada, bioethanol does not have the necessary productivity. So we go back to that geographic condition, the education. So we have the durables and those with the short life. Where does the raw material come from? From fuel or from agribusiness? Extending this dimension of where the raw material comes from, I like to think about the cycles of the atoms that we know or that we study. The cycle of nitrogen in the atmosphere, the cycle of hydrogen, carbon, and these are established by geological ages, millions and thousands of years, how it falls and how it goes back to the rivers and to the ocean, the cycle of the carbon or the CO2. When we talk about new materials, if we have this idea of the circular economy, we have to think that now, in relation to plastic, we're dealing with materials that are molecular in their essence, different to metallic materials or other materials. These molecular links, they need technology that is not well known. So we have for a few hundreds of years ahead, because we're beginning this age of plastic. We have 100 years of plastic. So I want to give you two examples. I want to make a comment about the plastics that we know today. The solutions exist. I'm optimistic. The solutions exist if we're open to combine the essence of technology with the structure, which is this education of society. Then the majority of our problems will be solved with the products that we have today. What I think deeply about are the plastics that we're inventing now and that are going to come into the market in the next 15 to 30 years. These plastics that are going to be used in batteries for our mobility, we're already beginning to see this. And the Internet of Things, I have a son who's now going to high school, and I say to him, look, these screens that we see everywhere, they're screens. These screens, when I was small, I used to see the Jacksons cartoons because they used to use screens to communicate. It was a telephone that has a TV, and today this is a reality. These screens are going to become consumer materials the same way that we change our car or that we change clothes in the future. And this is going to be done with much more complex materials, atomically and molecularly, and which will require solutions for things that we still don't know. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Leonardo. Well, in sequence, we're going to finish with Professor Marco Aureli Paoli with his vision of the future. What can we expect for all of this as a whole, the applications, the sources of raw material, and the solutions? So in reality, as our first speaker said, we have to think about the set of everything, the sustainability, the production, and the end. So Professor Marco Aurelio Paoli, the floor is yours. Well, this issue of the future is very interesting because a lot of things that we see as totally innovative started to be in research 10 to 15 years ago. So, for example, the nano compounds started to be researched in the 80s of the last century. The first patent was in 1990. The applications of modern plastics, for example, the organic lead, that's a polymer. The plastics are polymers. So for this to work, you need another plastic, which is a plastic that conducts electricity. This is already produced in large scale already for 10 to 15 years. So that is what Leonardo said of the TV. Before that, there was Dick Tracy, and he had a TV on his wristwatch. So that was the sort of, you saw that in the newspaper. I used to see that and I saw this in a congress in San Diego. I think it was in 2001 or 2002. So all these are old things, right? The organic lead is already old. So the photovoltaic plastic cells, flexible cells, already were in the market 15 years ago. So all of this is old. But if we think about the future, what I see for the future is that thermoplastics is a product of the chemical industry. They need raw material, and raw material today is petrol. On the other hand, if we look to the two polymers that are most found on our planet, cellulose and lignin, these are, any plant has these two components. The grass, a tree, a small plant, the structure can change a bit. The structure of lignin can change as well, but what we hope for the future for the plastic industry to have are the biorefineries. So what our future is going to reserve for perhaps 20 or 30 years in the future are the biorefineries. There are a lot of groups of research working on this. For example, the cracking of lignin. You can do that the same way as you do it with petrol. So you have to develop the adequate catalyzers, the adequate process. But this wasn't done with petrol from one day to another. It took many decades to develop the processes and the adequate catalyzers. And it's going to take some time as well to develop catalyzers and adequate systems, for example, to crack lignin, produce raw materials for us to reach the phase of plastic. So what I see, if we think of plastic in the future will be generated from raw materials, from renewable sources like lignin and biorefineries that are going to generate the raw materials, whether they be for any application. And I'm going to mention here, for example, another new old one. If you take a Boeing airplane, there are no more curtains. You have a button that you press, then it darkens, or it goes up or down, it becomes light or dark. I don't know if you've gone on one of these new ones. Sorry, they don't go up or down. They get light or dark. It's everything plastic. It's all polymer material. This started being researched, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago. So if we wait, or if we survive a few more decades, we will see refineries that are oil-based, and they will be bio-based refineries. And with this, perhaps we will be able to save the human race. The planet will survive. In 200 million years, this planet will be here circling around the sun. What I want to know is if the human race is going to survive. That's what we have to take care of. So within this message of the future, I think the biorefineries are the future. They're going to generate bio-based raw materials to produce plastics to attend to the needs of the market. Thank you. Thank you to all the colleagues who contributed a lot.
Seu microfone está
Ele está com o microfone desligado.
Your mic is off. Well, he's very stubborn. He's saying the polymer is not very good. I open it and it does something alone. Well, thank you very much for your reading of the future. And I think that the diversity presented here has reached the goal that we had in our minds when we asked you to talk about this vision, when we talk about the applications, the quality, applications focused on the circular economy and the future. Complementary positions, configuring what is already clear. It's not just one solution that is going to bring the convergence of the solution to these issues. I have here professors. I have some readings, and I have a question from our Congress, our listeners. The first question is from our friend Julio André, who is from the Union, Plastic Union, and he says that there were a few years ago, there was a campaign when we used to say, plastic doesn't have wings, can't swim, and doesn't have legs. And the adequate disposal is the solution. So that is already what the Union of Plastics in Rio Grande do Sul, they are bringing their contributions towards this discussion. The question that is a more objective question about plastic bags, I agree with their importance, but there's a lack of education. Once more, this cultural and education issue, we have to evolve to biodegradables, and also the issue of biodegradability. Now, if you'd like to say anything more about biodegradables, we've already talked about it, but please feel free to add any comments. Well, I would like to make an observation. It's not enough to be biodegradable. First of all, you have to analyze the cycle of life to find out if that material really benefits the environment. And in the second place, biodegradable is a material that decomposes in CO2 and water in a decomposting plant. So if this plant does not exist, this is not going to solve the problem to use biodegradables. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we have another question from Augusto Morita. He talks about prices. These materials, these biodegradable materials, they were developed in the petrol crisis. There was space in the market, obviously bringing some development. But there is this issue, how do you treat this logistic? How do you do the process? I have a comment here. One of our participants says, what about the more complex plastics, degradation, polyurethane, epoxy, elastomers? What is your vision? He mentions epoxy, elastomers, and more complex plastics to recycle. It's José Eduardo Salgueiro Lima asking.
Outros panelistas permitirem, eu vou começar a responder essa aí.
If the other panelists will allow me, I'll answer this one. This is a difficult question. Let's say that we have thermoplastics and thermo-fixed products. Thermo-fixed products are very difficult to recycle from the technology point of view. It's very similar to recycling ceramics. Ceramics need extremely high temperatures to be reprocessed. One challenge I'm more exposed to is recycling carbon fibers. This would be, of course, close to the plastic industries, but carbon fibers make plastics have much more weight and mechanical resistance, but it also requires much higher temperatures to be recycled. All of these resins have this issue. And we need to look at those from the point of view of circular economy. If the energy required to recycle something is too high, should we stop using it? I believe that in some applications we can improve it. There are many applications. I work in research projects in the auto industry. My university is close to Detroit, and there's a big concern for the automotive industry not to send anything to landfills. This is their directive, not to do anything in landfills. So when a car is made, some parts might have flaws, or they might, for example, go through processes that leave behind tailings and shavings, which need to be addressed. All ceramic materials, all thermal fixed materials generate issues. So this is an unanswered question. Thank you very much, Professor. Can I add something quickly? Polyurethanes can be recycled chemically. There are chemical recycling processes for polyurethanes. That's just my note. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Professor Paoli, Professor Vitor Bontempo, Professor Leonardo Simon. The organizers, thank you once again for being here and participating in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Congress. You really made very relevant contributions to our discussion. So we'd like to reiterate our thanks. Thank you so much. We've run out of time, so thank you everyone for being here once again, and have a good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. And I hope you'll stick around. We have more talks ahead of us.
Nossos agradecimentos a João Rui Dornelles Freire.
Thank you, João Rui Dornelles Freire, Leonardo Simon, and Marco Aurélio de Paoli for their important participation in the 4th Brazilian Plastic Conference. We'd like to invite you to watch the Plastic Circular Economy panel, which is being presented by Nuno Aguiar from the Portuguese Plastic Association, taking place right now in the Jacques Siekierski room. As a reminder, Marcos Iorio is going to be speaking at 4:20 on the protagonism of plastics in the circular economy, where we'll hear about the best way or the best response to the poll, which straw would you choose? If you haven't answered this poll yet, please do. It's available on your screen. We'd also like to invite everyone to watch the debate at 5 in the Jacques Siekierski room between speakers Ronald Sazin, Alexander Tura, Manuel Lisboa, Albano Schmidt, Nuno Aguiar, and Marcos Iorio. The certificate for this conference will be sent to everyone who participated for at least 70% of our time. This concludes today's activities in this room.